Alright, welcome back to another episode of Wild Beyond the Witchlight, the Carnival cards. Last session was quite an interesting one. You got a lot done and you finally stepped into this strange new world. So I'll give you a quick recap. I say quick, I wrote quite a lot. But so it started with mind the rule of 3, future, present, past. Find the alicorn and free the dormant queen at last. Those were the last words Solomon heard before he stepped through the whirring portal to the Feywild. What's an alicorn? He responded as he was left standing on the stone causeway. By the confused looks upon the carnival cards' faces, it was clear they didn't know what Mr. Light had meant either. With the magic of the portal yet lingering for just a moment within the veins of the party, as they looked over this mystical twilight sky. And in doing so, it filled them with determination. And he finally got that level up. So before setting off on their adventure in this strange new land, Tanwen suggested they lay out bedrolls, get a good night's sleep, and start fresh in the morning. However, as they set up their watches, the night never came. A constant twilight just loomed on the horizon, and nor did dawn arrive. Xaxx checked his pocket watch to confirm that time was indeed passing, but the sky remained like a painting. Over the rest, Rodolfo looked for man-made structures and saw that there appeared to be an incredibly distant structure way off past the foggy borders, but there was a much closer tower that leant on one side, perhaps about 4 miles off. Solomon observed the rise and fall of the water level, accompanied by that kind of distant gurgling noise, but couldn't see what was causing it past that low-hanging fog that shrouded the swampy basins. Tanwen, you found no trace or symbol or marker where the portal had closed up, confirming what Witch had told them, that this truly was a one-way ticket, and if you ever wanted to return to your home, you would need to find your own way. But nonetheless, you made your own marker on the stone just in case. Tanwen was able to notice fungi also growing out of the tall archway that you could perhaps use to scale the 100-foot descent. Xaxx had their meditative gaze on the skies when they witnessed a balloon crashing down towards that said tower. Tarquin's watch consisted of trying to map out a route through the swamp, but everything was clearly untamed and wild. The river, however, appeared like a good way to travel, but that's if you had a boat. Finally, air was clearly the best of the bunch, made evident by the balloon that you had spotted earlier. Using a system of ropes and teamwork, the party managed to safely scale down the archway, landing in the thick, squelching mud. A nearby crane took flight, alerted from the presence, and which in turn alerted something else nearby in the swamp. And while the party investigated some corrupted amethyst deceivers, mushrooms, the sound of singing approached, and a band of brigands emerged from the mangroves, clubs and slings in hand, bullying a giant snail along with them. And I won't read you the whole song again, but I'll have it in the recap notes for you. But their song detailed their infamous leader, Agdon Longscarf, an apparent prince of Prismir. Then Jebek, carrying a strange gourd under one arm, demanded the party each give up a precious memory of theirs, and they would be left unharmed. A fight, of course, broke out, and you swiftly put them in their place, but not before one of them attempting to escape with the gourd. Xaxx put the fleeing cow to sleep, and the party retrieved it, sent the Herringon hopping with their muddy tails between their legs and ears drooping in defeat. Making their way to the tower was actually not as difficult as the high-spirited party anticipated, almost as if the spongy ground was giving them a spring in their step, and even a row of fireflies directed their path like a runway. Upon arriving, Tanwen called out and heard a plea for aid. A violet fairy dragon named Sir Talavar is trapped inside a birdcage, held aloft in the basket of the balloon, which now dangles over the Slanty tower. He claims to be one of the Summer Queen's loyal servants, and was in the midst of a daring escape from the vile Bavlorna Blightstraw. My honorable pilot, Wigglewog, did not survive, however. Using their handy rope again, that Tarquin was able to take on the form of the witch-like monarch, fly up to him, and attach the rope. To which Talavar remarked on his appearance and referred to him as Your Majesty. Two giant constrictor snakes lurked below the tower, spotted thanks to Xaxx's keen eyes that recognized the scales amongst the serpentine tangled vines. They attacked, and when Tanwen attempted to climb up the rope, Rodolfo blasted one of them to pieces to gain their attention, and in turn got the worst of their vengeful bites. But ultimately, the party was triumphant. And as two of you entered to the top section of the tower, it was made clear this was not so abandoned as it initially seemed. So I'm going to take you to that map now and drag you on. Tell me, can you all see the map, or it's oh wait, that's the wrong one. Let's take you to that one instead. Okay. Can you all see it, or is it just the two who have got token vision there?
I can't see the inside. No.
No? Okay.
Or rather, I can see it, but I can't see us in there. That's what you mean.
Okay, then.
Okay.
Alright, so Tarquin and Tanwen, you just entered into this web-filled room. The light is actually quite ample in the top room because there's that window that you just sort of climbed in through. But you sense the presence kind of up above you. You've got quite good passive perception, both of you, and you kind of notice something was near. Perhaps you just hear the breath of this creature, or the twitching of its mandibles. Whatever it may be, you instinctually looked up and saw these many eyes looking straight back at you. And I'm going to ask both Tarquin and Tanwen to give me a dexterity saving throw, actually. Okay, well, both saved easily. You got the reflexes to be able to evade this. Another one of these webs shoots and spreads out to encompass both of you, probably darting to either side of it as it slaps onto the floor, coating the ground in a sticky web. Straight after it fires this, you hear it scuttling away and immediately tumbling down the stairs to evade you. And it is gone out of sight. Wherever it's gone, it's disappeared beneath the dark levels of this tower.
The itsy bitsy spider climbed down the tower stairs. It tried to shoot a web and catch us unawares.
Indeed.
Right. The itsy bitsy spider, although that was not as itsy bitsy as it could have been.
Yeah, in fact, you can actually make me a check. I think it's going to be Arcana. Yeah, that makes sense. So, can you both give me an Arcana check to see if you would recognize what kind of creature that was? Because it looked way too big to be a spider. Okay, Tanwen, you would recognize there was more humanoid features to it. There's
a Drider. That may have been a Drider.
Drider would be terrifying. This was more of a more reclusive like creature, known as an Ettercap.
Oh,
they are supposedly ambush hunters. Yeah, yep. They're supposedly ambush hunters who kidnap and devour travelers.
Well, I was gonna say, do you speak spider? But as that thing isn't entirely a spider, I don't know if that's the case.
Well, the question is going to be, I mean, are we wanting to negotiate with it, or are we wanting to? I mean, I can cast speak with animals, But are you wanting to negotiate with it, or do we want to
Well,
destroy it so it's not?
There might be
It can't.
more in this tower. What we could do is if you could. How confident are you at climbing that rope that we used to get up here?
I will make it happen.
Because I was thinking if you could get Satalavar to the others whilst I keep it distracted, and then maybe you could come in through the bottom, sort of pincer movement it, because if it's going to be all dodgy and ambushy.
Okay. We'll have to get everybody. Do you want everybody across, or do you want?
Well, if you guys can if you can all go in through the bottom, then that would probably be best, I guess.
Okay.
But that's just an idea. Willing to listen to other ideas.
No, Tarquin, I'm fine with that. I mean, either you and I can go down, but
Actually,
and see if we can find the Ettercap, or I can go back at the others and we can come up while you go down. I just feel uncomfortable leaving you by yourself. I mean, no man or rabbit left behind.
That's actually a good point. Tarquin's just got to poke his head out the window to shout to the others, "Oi, you lot, can you hear me?" I don't know if they can.
They can hear you. Sorry, right. They can easily hear you. Yeah.
There's some sort of like spider creature thing called an Ettercap in here. If you guys want to make your way in through the bottom, we're going to work our way down from the top. Pincer movement, catch the spider in its own web, sort of thing.
How big did you say it was?
Probably about as big as me.
Yeah, look, no, bigger than you.
Bigger than me, maybe about as big as Tanwen.
Yeah. Bigger than you.
Let's not have Rodolfo come over unless Rodolfo's healed, because I don't want Rodolfo to get hurt again.
I will stay to the back. I tell you, I will stay to the back, but I can perhaps be of some use.
I'll go in first, maybe.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So
as you turn your back, by the way, and you're looking out and calling to your others, is when you just suddenly hear a skittering of feet or hands, perhaps, against floorboards, somewhere muffled deep in the tower, but you can hear it moving about.
Right. If you guys get across and knock on the front door as loud as you can when you're ready to let us know, we'll start working our way down.
Sounds good.
I'll give him a wave.
And Satalavar,
Oh yes, well, you're all right.
Yep.
That thing tried to get you again.
Yes.
For whatever reason, it hasn't tried to eat me. But
how big is
then
this
again,
cage
the
again?
cage. Oh, the cage is actually tiny as well. Well, it's big enough to hold a tiny creature.
Yeah.
But the cage itself is probably, it's a bird cage size.
Yeah. In which case, whilst we're waiting for the others to make their way across through the front door, I'm going to try to basically remove the webbing that it shot and basically bring the cage with us. Rather than just leave him up here, just in case the thing gives way eventually. We don't want him to fall to his death.
Sure. Okay, so you pick up the cage, and it's in your person, but as soon as you do, you feel that strange, icky, sticky goo appear on your hands again. It's like you can smell that swamp water, and it adheres to the cage itself. Well, that might help you not drop it, but it feels stuck.
Yeah. Once I've got it inside, I try to just try to pull it down and then try to pull my hands away.
You can give me a strength, just a strength check. Just to pull your hands away. Nope, your hands are pretty stuck.
Okay,
for the time being.
Looks like this is going to be a beach job then. That's fine.
All right, Tarquin, how can I help?
Well, it appears that for some reason I'm secreting this weird swampy liquid every now and then, and I'm now stuck to the cage. So if you've got a way to unstick me, maybe just pull my hands away, that might work. Or maybe just try to pull the cage out my grip.
Okay. Let me. All right. Whose rope did we use to climb the tower? Was it?
It was
Tarquin's, or was it my? Oh,
they're
both tied together.
Yeah, we had to use 2 because it was like
Okay.
75 foot that we needed to climb or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, you've got 2 ropes
If we
there.
can go back in the bedroom, there was a bed there with bed sheets on it. Is there any way I can tear the bed sheets into strips to make kind of a rope or something I can put around his hands so that I'm not touching him directly?
Yeah, you turn your vision to the room. The webbing dominates the space, covering most of the walls, but and it even supports that large bed as well. Funnily enough, almost like a hammock. It's holding an entire mattress. You can easily grab a hold of the sheet though, if you wanted. It disturbs a lot of the webs, and in fact, as you do that and you feel the vibration of it go through the whole tower, you can hear another skittering and floorboards. Something's moving around as as if.
Good. There may be 2 of them, Tarquin.
Well, twice the fun.
All right, I'm going to tear a couple of strips of the bedding.
Yep,
all right,
you do so.
Tarquin, I'm going to put the bedding over your hands so that I'm not touching you directly, and see if I can pull you out. So do you need me to roll a strength check, or?
Yeah, you can basically roll one with advantages. Well, actually, just on your own, I guess, because that would be.
Oh, that's a good thing you said with advantage.
It is, because I guess, Tanwen,
thank God.
As you're pulling, you feel like it's getting stuck as well, but with the help, Tarquin can pull away from you as you're pulling the opposite way, kind of like a tug of war.
Okay.
And eventually, you feel this kind of sickening sound as the birdcage is coming free. But yeah, to you, it looks kind of like almost a mucus that's kind of hardened. But yeah,
Okay.
you have no idea where it came from.
All right, so he and the little dragonling are free.
Yeah, the dragon's still in the cage, so
yeah,
you wouldn't say free, but
yeah,
free of the balloon.
Yeah,
yeah, and as it's do you want to carry the cage then? I guess you're more of a ranged and more up front anyway.
I can. I'd rather tie it to my backpack.
Yeah, that
so
works.
that I'm free to use my hands. And I'm sorry, little one. I have forgotten your name, and I apologize. But would you be offended if I tied you to my backpack so that my hands were free to defend us from the ettercaps or whatever else is down there?
Oh, Sir Talavar again. But if as long as it's not too bumpy, I don't mind. I'd much rather be in your safe hands than dangling off the edge of a tower.
All right, Sir Talavar, do you need water or anything? I know you've been in there for a while. I have a good berry that I made yesterday. It's got a little bit of time left on it if you need to eat something.
Oh, capital. Yes, certainly. I would appreciate one.
Okay, then I'd like to give Sir Talavar one of the good berries I made during the battle that I made for the snail.
Delicious. Filled with all the juices of magic that I need. That's wonderful. You make these yourself, you said?
Yes, it's one of the few spells that I know, but I've often found it very helpful as a ranger when I'm out somewhere with no food to be able to make something that'll keep me full for a day.
Ah, Another spellcaster. I know quite a few myself. Probably why this cage is... Extra measures have been placed on it. Otherwise, I would have been able to get out a lot sooner.
Well, I'm sorry you're trapped in there. We have, I'm not really a spellcaster. I just know a few useful tricks, but we have a spellcaster with us who's brilliant, and hopefully if we can get you down to him, he can fix this whole mess.
Exquisite, yes. Onwards, and you managed to wrap up the rope, tie it perhaps through the bars, and attach it to your backpack.
Okay.
It's a bit weighty because it's a metal cage with a big
Right.
thick padlock on it, but you can carry it.
Okay. So, and I'm using the torn bed sheets, right? So
Yeah,
no,
you
I
can
didn't
use those
pull-
too.
Okay. I didn't pull our rope up. All right.
Yep. Right.
Oh right, yeah, the rope. Yeah, sorry. You can use the bed sheets instead. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright,
All
let's wait for the others then.
Speaking
Okay.
of the rope, I'd like to Tanwen, Tarquin,
Yep.
Yeah.
do you want to untie the rope at the top there so we can collect it up and bring it inside?
Yeah, that makes sense. So
Yeah, but
Tarquin-
let's not have Tarquin touch it. His hands are sticky for something. I'll untie it. Give me just a second.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Yep. Do so.
And then
pull the rope
I'll
up.
untie the rope at our end as well and try to bring it across the river.
Yep. You do so. I'll delete this little image. Okay. Crossing the swampy river, you can see from this angle the door is quite shut and the windows sort of all webbed up. Can't really look through them much. Probably light filtering through, but not much.
Is the webbing, does it look like we would be able to cut through it? Or does it look sticky?
Some sections do look sticky, but for the most part it does just appear like web. It doesn't look like it would stop a blade. Yeah.
Okay.
Also, Rodolfo, I want to point out how you're feeling physically. You're very damaged. I know that you've got 1 HP. So
yes.
that's mechanically speaking, but physically you're probably very wounded, and I will say that you can feel how your ribs were crushed from the constriction, and your head got nearly swallowed as well. So you can feel like these fangs are punctured your neck, your head. They even walked up your neck. So you're like bleeding from your neck. It's pretty bad. You look awful.
Rodolfo, if you give me, we'll just check out how things are in the tower. I can heal you up a little bit more, but just in case, I want to be prepared in case something's in there.
I do not wish.
If you want to be prepared, Xaxx, I can heal Rodolfo with my healing word.
You have the excess energy that you won't run out?
Yeah. Yeah, I can just use healing word on Rodolfo.
Okay.
I can help. I have a couple of blasts, but I do not mind. I can wait out here. You guys go fight the thing. Come back.
Well, I don't think we really
I
want to
just...
leave you alone per se, because you're still looking pretty rough.
I can just
but maybe just stay back and or hang to where just inside where it's safe maybe, and we'll just keep an eye out for you. Just hang towards the back and keep an eye out. You can be our eyes.
He kind of puts his hands on his knees and bends over and goes, "Okay, yeah, I will stay back, but you go first. Power, go fighting. Very good."
All right, Nox, you want to see if we can figure out how to get this door open, if it's possible?
Yeah. Of course. I will just...
Okay.
All right. Is it? We'll check to see if it's locked first, I guess. So just.
Okay, so yeah, you head up to the door, and the door. You try the door handle first of all. The door doesn't feel like it's locked. There seems to be some give to it, but the wood is actually kind of rotted, and you can feel like there's resistance, and you can't push it open, not without perhaps maybe giving it a big shoulder check, or some other means. But
good thing the two strongest people are out here. All right.
yeah.
Nox, maybe together we can do a shove and try to push it open a little bit to give us maybe just a little bit of space. It doesn't need to be fully open, just a little bit of a gap so we can get inside.
Kind of wedge it open a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
All right then. If you want, you could give me athletics checks. If you're working together, you could give one of you advantage.
You want to take the advantage?
What strength have you got, Xaxx?
I have a -1 to strength.
Oh. Yeah. Shift. Yeah. And then just athletics check.
Yeah.
That's not.
13, is that? Oh, you got to roll again, yeah.
Got to roll again.
Oh wow, that's way better.
It's not too bad for someone with no investment in strength.
Nice. Okay. You also notice you've as you climbed up here, a lot of the blackish kind of brambles surround the tower, but they're kind of clear around the door anyway. So you've got this nice run up without tripping over any. And as you slam straight into it, you needed that advantage. Both of you working together was enough. Alone, you wouldn't be able to, but hitting it at the same time, you managed to arch that tower, that door wide open. You can hear the creak and snap of perhaps its rotted hinges, and sure enough, the door comes flying open, revealing a dark interior.
Get inside. Rodolfo, we got the door open if you want to come in.
I follow. Yes.
Just keep your eyes open for anything, you know.
I will monitor the back. And I do that. I will turn around and see if I can see anything in the corners, you know, hidden.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm going to drag you to the map.
Yeah, I'll do the same. Just looking around ceilings, walls, underneath things.
Yep. Up top, behind doors.
Gotcha. So here you should be in this room. All right, so that's the door now busted open there behind you. The floor of this round room tilts down sharply to the left, and nearly everything inside has fallen into a heap. There's pipes jutting out from the walls and down from the ceiling, some traveling straight through the floor. Affixed overhead to the piping on the spiral staircase is a bell-shaped piece, off of which dangles a thin chain. Supplies are littered along the periphery of the room, including what appears to be long wooden stilts. A few barrels of carrots are stationed prominently in the middle of the room, tied to one of the pipes to secure in the tied to the pipe itself. These barrels, perhaps to secure them in place and not have them fall over. And as you're saying, you're looking around, checking floors, checking everything. You can indeed give me an investigation check, each of you. Okay.
15.
15 is good. The other two are kind of noticing the things I've just described. For Rodolfo, you're looking carefully at the setup. The actual ropes that secure the barrels are not rope. They're actually made of spider silk.
Mm-hmm. Okay, this is very strange. And what do you make of this carrots?
They look like carrots. I'm gonna grab one of the carrots. I think maybe Tarquin would like this.
It's a strange place to put them.
I'm afraid I'm going to pause it right there, because Rodolfo, you're standing there looking at them, asking Xaxx what's that about. And as you said, Xaxx, I got to grab one. I'm going to ask you to make me a dexterity saving throw, as everyone in the room hears a ting! And Xaxx, you suddenly hear this glug 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 glug, quick chugging sound, and suddenly from one of those pipes you see a spurt of liquid fire in your direction. What did you get? 12. That's actually just what you needed. I think you're actually okay. Yeah, this isn't a half thing. You see a gout of liquid spray out in your direction. You've got a hold of the carrot, and you manage to even keep it in your hands as you dive to the side. The rest of the floorboard beneath you suddenly sizzles. You can see like a bit of like air turning to this kind of sickly chemical smoke coming off the floorboards as this nauseating sweet odor. It's like a sweet chemical smell comes off of it.
It smells kind of like I want to taste it, but also it would probably hurt.
Mm.
I'm curious. Like it'd be caliente spicy.
I do not think this is something you should eat.
I'm gonna try eating the carrot.
Oh dear.
The carrots are actually delicious. They're quite fresh, tasty.
It's just a regular carrot, but I think there's the chapter to protect the food stores for whoever's here.
Can we actually see anyone? Like, can I roll a perception check?
Yeah, you've looked around and checked this room. I'm kind of saying though, investigation checks sort of accompany that roll. And you don't see anything in here, but I will say that you do, with your passive perceptions, hear a bit of a scraping sound. It sounds like claws from a moment against floorboards above you, and it's
that must
scurry.
be Tarkan and Tanwen. Did they tell us that there was a thing up here? I can't remember if they actually told us there was something up here with them.
They did say there was a spider.
Okay,
bigger
so
than,
that's
bigger than Tarquin. Yeah.
Okay, so there's some. That's the thing that's up there. I have a suggestion. Why don't you all get on the stairs really quickly? Just because we know that the pipes mean traps.
Do we know if anything else means traps?
That's the question. I'm going to try to pull on this chain thing. I want to look at this chain thing that's dangling by the stairs, but I want to make sure we're not, like...
Yes.
Near the pipes that are shooting out.
Let me just check, where is that? It'd be like, yeah, where you're standing there.
Be very careful, there may be other traps. I don't trust anything here.
Rodolfo, maybe you step outside, because you only got the one hit point.
I tell you, I will step only where you step.
Okay.
And I would like to cast Detect Magic.
Yes, of course.
Which is a 30-foot radius. It's probably everything is going to turn up, but let's see what happens.
Understood. Okay, then.
So
your vision extends out, and you begin to see things. Oh wait, actually, first of all, you're blinded suddenly. Everything in the room is just like, your eyesight is just bewilderingly colorful and blindingly bright. Everything around you, the air itself, is magical, and your eyes take a long time to adjust before you begin to realize you're in the Feywild. This is a magical realm, and you actually have to feel like you have to kind of like turn down all the dials down to like 10% so that you can actually see what is magical and what isn't. Oh my! Look at that. There you go. Your little template just went down. I saw it.
Sorry, I didn't realize it would do that. I didn't know that the spells would do that.
It kind of shows you the 30-foot radius. But as your eyes begin to adjust, you're trying to see clearer and clearer, and you look around the room. No objects appear to be giving off any magic. The realm itself just appears magical in nature. But I will bring up something if there is something magical, then I'll try to remember that you've got this on.
Yes, just anything that glows especially brightly, maybe. Anything that stands out. How long does this last for?
Should last 10 minutes, but then of course if it runs out, you can easily recast it.
Yeah, I've got it as a cantrip.
Gotcha. Okay, so
yes,
the chain, if you don't mind. Xaxx, you're pulling on the chain, is that right? Sorry, Xaxx?
Yes, sorry?
Oh, did you say you pulled the chain, yeah?
Yes, pulling like investigate the chain and maybe give it a little pull, but I want to make sure that everybody's out of the pipes range, and I want to make sure that we're kind of safe. Hopefully.
Gotcha. Okay, so you hear that like dingling sound as the bell on it kind of rattles, and as you pull the chain, you do indeed hear the pipes beginning to glug 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 glug, kind of rattle and churn as if something is about to build up and spray out of them. And this one looks like it's a pipe that goes down underground. And as you're kind of evading the pipe and steering clear of it, you instead of that weird smell that was earlier, you actually smell kind of a fresher water. And before long, clean water begins to spurt out of the pipe and just rains down like a shower.
I tried drinking it. Is it like water?
Yeah, it is. It tastes a little bit kind of what's the word? A bit murky, but it's not. It's not like it's not the dirtiest water you've tasted. It's certainly cleaner than the swamp water outside.
I will take out my water skin and try to fill it up, and
Okay.
any other water receptacles I have or things that could carry water, I'm going to try to fill them all up with water.
Oh, that is a good idea.
Alrighty.
I will follow your example and fill up my water skin.
Yeah, I'm
Okay. Yep.
gonna do the same.
All right. You will kind of get underneath it and fill them up.
Yep.
All right. It keeps on pouring, by the way, and you can hear like clang, clang, clang of the pipes occasionally.
Oh, maybe I need to pull. I'll pull it again. Maybe that turns it off.
Okay, give me an intelligence check.
Oh no. Just a straight intelligence.
Yes, please. Yeah. You want to get rid
Did
of
I go well?
Ooh, wow.
So that is not the DC, unfortunately. You try to pull it, and instead you hear it like clogging up a little bit, and you're thinking maybe pull it a third time or something, but it doesn't seem like it's stopping it. It feels like it's building up, and then sure enough, a even bigger spout of water starts shooting out, and is now flooding across the floorboards. There is a small drainage, as you can see, just below the pipe, but even that's starting to puddle up.
Anybody know how to turn this off? Oh, anybody know how to turn this off? This is gonna get kind of. Well, the door's open, so it's not. It's gonna just go out the door eventually.
Sure.
Water the plants.
Good job we didn't lock the door behind us.
Quite. Maybe it is one pull to turn it on, two to turn it off.
Okay, this might be crazy. Maybe it's just on a timer. You just pull it and then it sort of just goes for like 30 seconds and then turns off on its own.
Well, I suppose the door is open, like Nox said. But I do not wish to linger here where there's water coming all over the place.
Right. That's a good idea.
With the water flooding the floor, does anything skitter out? Like anything? You know,
No.
I assume all the living or the dead things are not dead things. Inanimate things are just kind of floating, but like small creatures.
No insects or creatures skitter out.
Okay. And where's the drain? Is it just is the drain by the door?
There. That little kind of rectangular grid. Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
But it is kind of splashing about, and some of the barrels are getting wet. But you know.
Okay. Does it look like this has happened before? Like, is there signs of water damage or flood damage in the room?
Not around the other areas. No, mostly around the.
Just around the drain.
Yeah, a little bit around the drain, but for the most part, these floorboards look quite well varnished.
Okay.
A bit dusty maybe, but that's about it. You could also, anyone else who wants to give it a go to try to turn it off, would just make an intelligence check if you wanted to, or you can leave it and move on if you want.
I mean, I might as well. I don't know.
Okay, give me an intelligence check. Yeah.
Let's.
Oh my!
Oh no, no, even
That's
worse.
even worse. Oh god. Okay.
Can I do
Rodolfo.
guidance with that?
You're pretty confident, Rodolfo, that it's the angle at which you pull it. You've seen some sort of blind. You've seen blinds before in posh estates, where
Mhm.
pulling the blinds in one direction pulls them up, and then pulling them to the right drops them down. And you try pulling the chain at an odd angle, and everyone hears this snap as the chain breaks, and you suddenly hear the shower glug 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 glug, and the pipe also bursts, and you see it's pin like there's little screws on it that just suddenly fly off and ping around. One of them pings into your face, and you see now there's spurting water out of several pipes now. It seems like it's oh dear, it sounds like you've severely broken it now. And as that happens, you hear a skittering sound upstairs, and almost like a thumping noise, as if someone's slamming their fist against a wardrobe or something.
Do you hear that?
Yeah, I hear it.
Well, never mind. The point is, it's very broken. I mean, what can you assume with a tower on its side like this? The whole infrastructure is terrible.
Yeah, it's definitely not our fault. Nox, let's maybe see if we can get some of those carrots before they flood out of here, and maybe they get washed away. Can you thorn whip some carrots up to us? Like maybe thorn whip around the barrel and bring it up?
It's like you're a psychic or something.
I do have telepathic powers.
It probably takes a couple of goes, but I won't make you re-rolling. After a couple of whips, you manage to snatch a couple.
Yay!
You do send some onto the floor, and you do see a little stream of carrots now pouring out the door.
Just like bobbing up along the water surface.
Yeah, they look like little canoes.
We could just go grab the carrots now that they're just in the water, right? Too. Let's go grab. Yeah.
Goodbye, sweet carrots.
All right.
Also, you've each grabbed a handful of carrots. You can
grab a couple carrots, and then we'll head up to see what's upstairs.
Okay.
We'll head up.
We'll go to the next. We'll go to the other group as you're ascending. What are you doing, Tarquin, Tanwen?
Well, as we've obviously heard a bunch of stuff from downstairs, well, guess they're
pipes are going crazy.
Guess they're in the building. Guess we start working our way down.
Before we go, Tarquin, have we tried to get that off of your hands, the sticky stuff?
I'll just punch him with the sticky stuff and wipe it up on the spider. It'll be fine.
Okay. Because I don't want you to adhere yourself to a monster or something if you have to grapple.
Nah, I don't really do the grappling. I'm too small for that. I'll just kick him in the face instead.
Okay. All right then. Yes, but I think I need to go first with my bow and arrow out, and before Tarquin, because I've got a ranged weapon that I can use to attack.
I mean, I can throw daggers, but that would require my hands not being sticky. So yeah, go ahead.
Sticky, right.
Okay then. So Tanwen up in front and Sticky behind. Tanwen, as you descend, lit with natural light from a great window, though sort of diffused by the cobwebs still clinging to it. This room is clearly a kitchen and a workspace combined. I'm going to drag you down real quick. Where are you? Yeah, you're over here
And the
now.
second my feet touch the floor, I'm looking straight up to make sure there's nothing above us. Because we know the ettercaps are there somewhere, and that they like the high spaces, or at least the one in the bedroom did.
Okay, you immediately look up to the ceiling. There's more. It seems to be a little bit. Oh, sorry, less space in here. But Don't spot anything immediately.
Okay.
Space appears to be well lived in fact. There's even signs of recent use. And despite the steep angle, and even the oven door seems to be hanging oddly open at the top of the slope. Sorry, the bottom of the slope. Across the room, there's a table, and it's accompanied by a single chair, and that's dressed with a bright tablecloth. Atop it lies an intricate water flask. Seems to be connected to piping, and that piping's rattling furiously right now. That disappears behind the upward staircase. And at the lower end of the room, there's a workbench, and it's strewn with tools and handwritten documents. That's over there.
Okay. All right, Tarquin, come on down. I don't see any spiders above us, but I am going to do a 360 scan of the room. Do I see any other ettercaps or anything that looks suspicious or dangerous?
Okay, yeah, make me a perception check.
Okay, give me 1 second. Perception.
Or an investigation check. It's up to you. Okay. No. Nope. Pretty dark down here too. But
Okay.
you don't spot any ettercaps, nor anything moving for that matter.
All right. Tarquin, I could definitely use your eyes. I'm not seeing anything in this really odd light. So
I'll have a look and see what I can see. Just sort of hops down and will have a scan himself.
Go ahead. Yeah, likewise. Not really seeing anything. Unless there's something, I don't know, hiding in the oven, but the doors hang wide open, so you can see inside it.
Yeah.
And that seems to be clear. You can also see quite clearly under the table of the desk, and that appears to be clear. The only other potential hiding spots is like the cabinets or behind the toolbox. I don't know. You can't really tell. It seems unlikely that anyone would be hid here. But
does it look like someone could hide under the stairs potentially?
That's potential. Yeah, that is true.
Tarquin is just going to lean his head over the side and just look underneath.
Nope. No giant humanoid spider down here.
Seems clear for now.
There is a ton here that I'd like to take a look at, especially those tools. We might be able to use those as we go forward. And I'm curious as to why that pipe is rattling and what that thing on the table is. And that is actually a pretty scarf. I know I'm not supposed to notice pretty things, but that's really pretty. If somebody abandoned it, it shouldn't be left behind. But I think we need to get down to our friends. As much as I'd love to explore this room, I think we can come back up.
As much as everything looks sort of neglected, etc., does anything look like it's been maybe moved or done something with recently? Like, probably... Clearly this looks like it's been left to almost rot, but that might just be because there's a really lazy homeowner who's allowed ettercaps to move in.
Or the homeowner has a really large spider that's living in here and the homeowner ran away.
Yeah, I mean, that's possible too, but it's just a spider. Just pull it in a big glass, and I'm not sure how you get a glass that big, but I'm sure someone can.
Okay, so your question is it a lazy homeowner or is it abandoned?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, give me an investigation check as you begin to kind of look through.
Yes, I shall use my
some of the
brains.
clues.
Actually, that's not bad.
15 is not bad, actually, yeah. So some of these webs are indicators that this place is abandoned, but after seeing that creature, it's unlikely that they indicate abandonment, but rather just natural habitat. And sure enough, as you sort of get a closer look, they don't actually look that dusty, these webs, showing that maybe they're fresher than normal. Also, you can see that this place is lived in. There is actually a bit of food in a bowl in the bottom right of this room. on the floor, that is. And that doesn't look moldy. Looks kind of recent.
Tarquin sort of trying to put two and two together in his head. Sort of looks at the scarf for a moment, looks at the bowl, and it's just like, do you think it's possible that the ettercap is someone's pet?
I don't know, but I think
And maybe
we need to
like
go
a
down.
guard spider.
I don't know, but we need to get down to our friends before
Yes.
they run into it. Rodolfo's too hurt to be of much help. And, I don't want to leave Xaxx and Nox to have to defend Rodolfo. So as much as I want to explore the room and see what's here and see if there's anything we can use from it, I think we need to go down to the next level.
Agreed.
And keep going down until we've rejoined our friends.
Yeah. I mean, based on
and
the height of the stairs, I think maybe 1 or 2 more layers and we should meet up with them.
Right, and I will cast communicate with animals. I'll talk to the ettercap and ask if it's a guard animal before I start firing. Sir Talavar, do you have any recommendations? And I know you can hear us, and I'm grateful that you're able to see behind us. But is there anything that you want to add to the conversation?
Oh, goodness, I have no idea what this place is, but they're clearly, whatever this is, maybe an intellectual. It looks like they've got documented notes. Quite well written by them.
And if we can't find the owner, I would like to come read them, but I want to get our companions, I want to make sure our companions are safe before we do any exploration.
Oh, yes, agreed. And never split the party. All right. I think that's downstairs. Any kind of gestures?
Yep. Let's go.
All right. You begin heading down. And again, it's the sort of darker sections of the room you physically can't see because of lack of light. I think Tanwen can because they got good dark vision. Do you have dark vision, Tarquin?
Nope.
No, I didn't think so. That's why those areas look like they're black. So
yeah, neither of us have dark vision.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm a
Right,
human.
and when Tarquin begin going down, as the other 3 of you begin heading up almost pretty much at the same time. So that's you come down there, and you're coming from that angle.
I'm gonna send a psychic message.
Okay.
To Nox as we're going up the stairs and saying, Nox, just keep your eyes open and make sure that Rodolfo's protected.
Okay, gotcha.
He's very, very weak.
In this current state, yeah.
I don't clarify that it's in the current state.
Just in general.
Rude.
He is huffing and puffing up the stairs like it's taken everything out of him right now.
Okay.
Fine, just a little out of shape.
You didn't hear that.
No, I'm just Oh, all right. I didn't.
So this room is very dark. The only slither of light is from a single window, and that window itself is also covered up with webbing. And there's also a set of blinds over the window as well as that. So if you haven't got dark vision, you ain't seeing Jack in this room.
I have torches in my backpack, but I don't want to put my weapons down.
Can I see Tanwen and Tarquin coming down the stairs?
You can hear a
Can we
creaking.
hear them?
Yeah, you would easily hear a creaking. Because they didn't say that they were going necessarily quiet. And the first thing you would maybe see is a glint of an arrow tip. The only thing that's reflecting light in this room.
Can Tarquin and I hear them as well? Coming up the stairs?
Yeah, potentially. And I think Xaxx just messaged to you as well.
Message to Tanwen. I'm going to message to Tanwen since I see the arrow tip and just say, We're coming up the stairs. Please don't shoot us, especially Rodolfo. He's very weak.
Okay. Heard it, understood.
So for those who have
in my backpack, if somebody can get to me and get the torch out of the backpack for lighting.
Well, let me take a look around. I can see in the darkness, so let me take a look around.
I can also see in the darkness, so I can go to Tanwen and grab that torch and use produce flame, I believe.
Yeah, produce flame's also a good one. It's like a torch in your hand, effectively.
Yeah. So I'll take a torch and use produce flame.
Okay. So be looking around the room.
All right. So Nox, you're the one kind of going across the room. So I'm going to pause it there. Those of you who can see, the space would actually be quite cozy, if not for the awkward slant. A plush sofa, colourful bookshelf, actually filled with a couple of books as well. Like there's quite a few. There's also blankets. They seem to be positioned around the exterior of the room. Paintings decorate the walls. Strangely hung, but well cared for. And finally, the rugs. They seem to be a victim of the tilt as well. They all pull near the top of the stairs. So Nox, as you're getting across the room, these kind of rugs that are all crumpled up and bunched. I'm just gonna ask you to give me a dexterity saving throw as you move across the room, and in the dark you can see quite clearly as you're moving over. You don't trip or spill.
Yay!
But that's only half the issue. As suddenly, out of the corner of the room, something leaps towards you, followed by a growl and a snarl. And I'm going to ask everyone to roll initiative.
Oh no!
You're the first into the room.
All right, so you want us to roll initiative?
Yes, please.
Oh no!
Mm-hmm. Dun dun dun.
I feel so bad with my initiative now.
I'm sorry, I was looking at one of my spells, so
we also now have 2 Satalivars.
Double Talavar.
Which one's the rule?
Double game.
No, it's casting an illusion.
Inspiration, attribute, influence spell. I'm sorry, y'all are gonna have to remind me where initiative is.
So the little fist icon on the top right will bring you to the turn tracker, and there's just a dice next to your name.
Okay, you got it.
Fist. There's chat, combat, items.
So not in your character sheet. So where the chat is, at the top of the chat, there's like a little fist icon. That's if you hover over, it says combat tracker.
Yes. Okay.
And then in there, yep.
Well, I will be going last.
No, you're not.
No?
Oh. No, you're not.
Okay. Sorry if I'm echoing, by the way. All that is. Okay. So almost as if you could see with the dark vision, and if there was something there, you felt confident that you would have spotted it before making your way across the room. But Nox, it's almost as if the shadows of the room suddenly rise up like a rug itself, form into this canine outline, and leapt towards you. And he's going to make an attack with advantage, as it has surprised you. Let me see. Can I get a... Oh, yeah. It does snap its jaws around your midsection for 6 piercing damage.
Yeah, it's it's saving throw strength.
Yeah, I need another... Yeah, because it is trying to take you down as well. Oh, wow.
Saving throw constitution as well.
That's... I don't know what you're concentrating on, but I don't think you are you?
I don't know.
No, you're not concentrating. That's guidance.
Is
Yeah, it was.
concentration.
It was, yeah. So you're completely blindsided by this thing. The weight of this creature knocks you down to the ground, and you can hear this snarling this creature has got Nox in its jaws, is trying to tear them around on this rug. It's at the top of the round. Rodolfo, you're the first to react to this. What do you do?
I am going to reach out. I can't see anything, but I'm going to reach out and grab Xaxx and cast Protection from Evil and Good, which gives protection against creatures, aberrations, celestials, elementals, fae, patrons, and undead for up to 10 minutes. And then I'm going to say good luck, and I'm going to go back up the stairs. Or back down the stairs, sorry. Out of the room.
Okay, gotcha. And
so any creatures making an attack on Xaxx have disadvantage, and Xaxx can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed.
Gotcha. All right. There would be another creature surprising you this round, but those who've got 14 or higher passive perception actually notice there is not only one creature in this room, but indeed something dangling from the the beams at the top of this room, and it lowers itself on a string of web. And I'm going to roll that onto initiative as well.
Oh,
but straight after that, Sir Talavar is up, and let's see can he do anything from here? Most of his stuff is illusionary, but he could attempt something. He says, "Oh goodness, foul beast! Get back!" And he will try to cast a spell through the bars of the cage straight towards this. Let's see. Can it spell? Yeah. Measure template. Yeah, a cone of dazzling light suddenly shines out into the room. And let's see. Gotta roll 66. That seems like a lot. Here it is. Woo. Okay. This creature is immediately whimpering at this bright light, and you would see in its eyes, Nox, that this shadowy creature seems to almost be banished by the light, practically. It doesn't really look like it has a physical form, but what you do see is its eyes are suddenly the same multicolored dazzling as that spell that went off, and it's looking around a bit bewildered from it. So that's it. There, that ought to do the trick. All right. It is now. Yes. It's now the Ettercap's go. Okay. Yeah. Who else should we go for here? I think with you being prone on the floor, Nox, it makes a prime target. But there's also grouped up targets as well. Actually, Rodolfo, you went back down, so there's only Xaxx on his own there. Means could go for Tarquin and Tanwen, but they evaded the web so well last time that I'm not going to bother. He seems to have clued in that you guys are incredibly agile. And so instead, this creature descends on its string, lowering closer and closer to Nox. And as you see its eyes begin to draw in, a set of mandibles spreads open and goes to try and bite you. And it's going to be advantage because you're prone on the floor. So... Oh god, let me roll that again. Being on the floor and with this beast atop you, are you able to evade? Oh, you are somehow. Damn. No, what's your AC? Oh, yeah, 16. Nice. Whew. That was close.
I feel pre-focused. I also have a shield as well.
Fantastic. Well then, although you're being bit in the torso, you actually have the shield ready to bring up, and you see the dribbling mandibles scraping and scratching against the shield on the other side. Is it going to stop there? Nope. It's after that grabs the shield with one claw, trying to peel it back and strike at you with the other one. That makes a connection, and you're scraped across the face, leaving a large gouge on your face right there. And you speak Sylvan, don't you?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Well, in which case, you would hear this creature say, "Get out! Get off my bargaining chip! It's all I have left."
Bargaining
That's what
chip?
it says. Yes! And it looks up towards the cage that is on Tanwen's back. Give it back! Leave! Nox, it's your go. I'm not sure what it means in that moment, but it is your go. You're in a bad spot. You're in a bad spot. I won't lie.
Place.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna try and stand up. I'm not sure how to do that.
Okay. Let me see. So, I think you can. Although the beast knocked you to the ground, it's not pinning you, so you can get to your feet. And if you want to tilt your token, you can select it, hold Shift or Control, and then just scroll wheel, and that'll do that. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
You're back up on your feet. Still trying to push this thing away with your shield, but
yeah, I'm gonna do a face step to move out of the way.
okay. So if you move out of someone's space, it would provoke attacks of opportunity.
While they're doing
if you want to get,
they're doing their teleport, their face step.
If you do that, that works even better though. That doesn't provoke attacks because it's teleportation.
Yeah. So I'm gonna face step out of the way. So
Yeah.
Really.
Which way do you want to go?
Ideally away from the danger.
Yeah, top stairs, bottom stairs, or across the room.
I'll go join Tanwen and Tarquin on the top stairs.
Okay, all right.
The better kind of.
You can go onto Tarquin's space because he's only a small creature. So yeah, you can appear behind Tanwen and yeah. And these guys, do they need to make a save as you leave that space?
We are just. I don't know.
You click that ability into the chat, it'll help.
Immediately after you use your face step, each creature of your choice that you can see within 5 feet of you takes fire damage equal to your proficiency bonus. So I've got a proficiency bonus of 2.
Okay, so how much damage? Or sorry, it's a deck save, right? Wisdom? You want to just click it into the chat and I can have a little mosey?
Use it.
Flip, it didn't even give me the didn't give me the information. Okay. Let me have a little closer look.
It's no save, it's just they take the damage apparently.
Just take it. Fantastic. Alright then. In that case I'll just pop that on for you. Boom. They let out a hissing pain, whereas the strange shadowy canine just lets out a whimper.
And I'm going to use produce flame toward the wolf.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully that does. No, it doesn't. Well,
as the wolf is blind, would that be advantage?
You do have advantage, yes.
Yeah.
You can roll that again.
Okie dokie.
Any better? A little bit.
A bit better.
Don't forget to actually target the creature, but that does a hit. So four fiery damage. Okay, got it. Yeah, the flames at first don't seem to purchase anything, and you realize if this thing is kind of immaterial, maybe lighting a fire at its base under its belly works. You kind of redirect it just as in time, and sure enough, you can hear the whimpering again as this creature doesn't seem to be all that tough after all. If it's suddenly like whimpering, it was growling a moment ago, but maybe its bite. Sorry, its bark is worse than its bite. Go. Is there anything else?
Jamie's just let me know that both creatures would have took that fire damage.
They did. Yep, they did.
For face. What? For the face step, not the.
Yep.
Just fine.
That's okay. I marked it.
Awesome.
Was it? What much damage did you say it was? 2.
Just 2, yeah.
Yeah. That's correct. I've done it.
It's not.
You're all good.
Honest work.
All right then. We move down to Tarquin.
So Tarquin is gonna just roll off the side of the stairs, just sort of land next to the wall. Just be like, "Excuse me, Mr. Wall. Right." Switching into Sylvan. Hey there, Mr. Ettercap. What do you need a bargain? I'm sure we can come down to some agreement that doesn't involve fighting. Perhaps.
You broke my shower as well.
That
you can.
Did we?
Yes. Clumsy.
Well, maybe we can help fix that. Can we just have a conversation about this rather than fighting each other?
Okay, you can roll persuasion check, but with disadvantage. Because you broke my shower.
It's 10.
10. This creature doesn't seem to lower its guard one bit. Not from that.
Did they use my action to do that, or was that just part of talking?
Well, you've come down with your hands up, right? Effectively, trying to appear non-threatening. I'm going to say that is your action to do this.
In which case, I'm going to use a key point to take the dodge action and sort of look to the others and be like, right, let's just try to do this the civil way rather than the fighty way. I'm sure we can come to something. So, and he's just going to be ready to dodge out the way, but that's it. He's not. He's patient defensing basically as its bonus action.
Gotcha. Okay. So in response, he says, "Who even are you? I bet you work for Bavlorna. You've come to finish the job, haven't you?"
No. I am as far from working for Bavlorna as I want to punch her in the face, as well as... Wait, Bavlorna is the one that's, we believe, Sopig is with, right? Or am I getting mixed up? Or is Bavlorna...
You might be the one with April. The one with April, I think.
Okay, yeah. In which case, yeah, I want to find Bavlorna, get what was stolen from me, and also maybe punch her little froggy apprentice.
No trust. No trust you.
Hey, he's just like, surely you can trust me. I'm the Witchlight Monarch. Points to the crown.
He notices it, and his eyes, all of them, go wide simultaneously, and says, "Didn't know you were royalty. Apologies, Your Majesty, but I can't trust you."
Well, is there... Could you at least give us a few moments to talk to you and try to come up with a way for you to be able to trust us? Maybe there's something we can do for you?
You give back, dragon! You give back!
No, because... No, we can't. You can't.
Then we talk. And that's it. That's all you can say really in this conversation. It is the doggo's go right now. It's blind and really can't do much. And not to mention the dazzling light sent it whimpering away. And like I said, it almost banished the creature as if bright light was enough to dissipate it. So on its turn instead, it literally leaps behind the couch and it's going to just hide instead. And because it's in low light, it gets advantage. And it is immediately melded into the background. I think the only person who can spot it is Xaxx with a passive perception of 17, right?
I also have
so. Oh, you do. Okay.
But then again, I can't see in the dark, so.
Right.
I can see in the dark, so.
Okay, so Xaxx, you're the only one who sees where it went. So I'll leave its token on the map for now. But everyone else is like, wow, that thing just became one with the shadows. That's its go. Bringing us to Tanwen. What do you want to do in this tenuous situation? You're the one with Talavar as well, and he's demanding you give it back. And he's speaking in Sylvan, which you
Yes.
don't understand, but you can make out the dialect. It's like because you speak Elvish, which is similar, but.
Tarquin, I'm not sure exactly what you're saying. It sounds like he wants something from us. Do I shoot him?
No, not yet. Basically, he wants the dragon.
Need dragon.
The Sir Talavar?
Yeah, apparently I think he wants to try to make some sort of deal with Bad Lorna, but we're obviously also against Bad Lorna, so I think we can come to some kind of arrangement.
Yeah,
We
no,
just need some time.
I don't give up somebody who's held wrongly as a prisoner. Nope, sorry. I'm not giving up Sir Talavar just to walk away from this.
Okay.
And then I want to turn back to Nox and ask Nox, was that beast the baby we're looking for? The displacer beast from the Carnival's child?
The displacer beast kitten. Are you're asking this to?
I'm asking
No.
Nox because she had it. It jumped her. I couldn't see very well, but all I saw was a black shape, so I don't know if that's the displacer beast kitten.
You don't know whether. Oh, I think she's back. She's bio down. Okay, so you don't have a reply just right now, but
I
tell
am
you
back,
what, if you
but I'm
wanted.
not sure what's just gone on.
Bait.
Okay. There you go.
I wanted to ask you, Nox, you had that beast right on top of you. Was that the displacer beast kitten that we're supposed to be looking for?
I'm not quite sure. It looked more canine than feline.
Because if that's the kitten, we need to get it, and it's disappeared. I don't see it. And then the final thing I wanted to say to Nox is, I have good berries. Would a good berry or two help?
They would help quite a lot.
Okay, so
Thank you.
So this is for Senrith. If I give her, can I give her multiple good berries to help with the hit points?
I do believe you can only use one at a time, but over a couple of seconds you could give several, but in combat it really only delivers one hit point at a time.
Okay, then I want to give her a good berry.
Okay, sure. I'll say you can do that basically as a free action, unless you want to actually feed them fully, in which case that'd take a whole action and you can restore one hit point for them.
Yeah, I am taking one out of my pouch and handing it to Nox.
Okay.
And these are the good berries I made for the snail during our battle with the brigands just a little bit ago. Here, take a good berry and see if this will help.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Not a problem.
Okay then.
So how does she get a hit point back?
She has to eat it. Normally, it's on your turn. You eat the good berry as an action. But I'll say if you wanted to actually feed it to them, you could give them
I'm gonna
one
hand
hit point
it to
now.
her.
Okay, in that case, that's just a free action. You can do that, no problem. And you still have an action left. And I know you was rifling through your bag to get a torch. Did you still want to light that?
No, not with that bright light that's still in effect.
Oh, that was just a quick flash, if anything. That spray of light, that just dissipated almost immediately.
Oh, then I will resheath my arrow into my quiver, strap my bow back on, reach in my pouch, and pull out a torch.
Okay. All right. And Nox was saying that they have a produce flame kind of going. In fact, they've still got a little bit of fire over their body or shoulders where you phase stepped away. And I'll say you could even light the torch on their shoulder or on their ear, whatever's still on fire. But yeah, I'll say you can light a torch, no problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Let me grab a little torch there. You should have light. Everyone see the room now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right. So, lighting up this room again, you hear kind of a whimper as that happens. Not as scared as this of the torch, though, as perhaps the brilliant flash. But you definitely illuminate this creature that seems to be looking directly towards you, Tanwen, and pointing in the direction of the cage as well. And the rest of the room, as it's as described before. I gave the other guys the description. But yeah, so that's your action. Everyone can
Yes.
see clearly now. Xaxx, you're up.
Because Tarquin told me to not shoot the other cap.
Gotcha. All right, Xaxx.
Right. Seeing Nox get beat up a little bit there, I'm gonna look over and just a quick healing word to her.
Okay.
So just feel better, okay?
Thank you, Xaxx.
If you target them and actually click the spell, it should heal them automatically.
No.
And then
It said I was concentrating on fairy fire for some reason, but I don't know why.
Okay, yeah, ignore that. And then cast detect magic. No.
Oh, I didn't cast detect magic.
Oops.
I'm doing healing word. Hold on a second.
Have you got them targeted as well? Oh my.
I've got everybody targeted for some reason.
Oh yeah, I think it's using the it's asking you to place the template. So you'll have to click it and then delete afterwards. All right. There we go. And anything else after this? As that's only a bonus.
It's a bonus. Oh, it said I had because it thinks I cast the other one. Okay. Hold on, I need to recast it again.
Okay.
Because it said I had no spell slots left because I cast the detect magic.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, you can click it and it will ask you, do you want to consume a spell slot? You can select no. That's better. Wait, there we go. Nice.
And then I'm going to. How far away from me is Rodolfo?
Oh, like however far Rodolfo said they went down the stairs.
Just far enough to be out of the room. I'm not sure how far we were actually in. Probably 10, 15 feet? Not sure.
About 10 feet, we'll say.
Yeah. So I'm just going to step up into the room a little bit more.
You can maybe just about see the ears of this dog looking over the edge of the sofa and it ducks back down again.
I'm going to point out the dog by the couch. And there's a dog over by the couch there. Just be known. Let it be known. And then I am going to use my channel divinity to cast Twilight Sanctuary as an action.
Oh.
As my action.
Okay.
And so the room, the bright room fills. It sort of goes a little bit of a purple tint, and there's little moons sort of on the windows and on the walls everywhere. And so there's a 30-foot. It's a 30-foot radius. And anybody who ends their turn in that 30-foot radius gets something from me.
Temporary hit points.
Temporary hit points, including myself. So I'm going to give myself 6 temporary hit points.
Fantastic. All right. Elma looks over just in your direction as you're letting off this brilliant.
Sorry, it's a D6. It's a D6.
Okay. Oh,
so 5 plus my level, so 7 temporary hit points.
Yep. Fantastic. Ooh, that looks like a lot on your bar. I just realized because you've got so little health. But yeah, that's fantastic.
Double almost.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't let me actually use the ability in Foundry for some reason.
Oh, that's fine. We can add that. I don't think there's an effect ready or set up for it. But we can make one that like rolls and applies temporary hit points.
Yeah, it's supposed to
any
be
of
a
the-
30-foot sphere centered on me.
Gotcha.
So
Okay. Yeah, we can definitely find something that's akin to that effect. Probably.
Oh, Rodolfo Knox, just stay within the sphere, please.
Okay.
All right. That's your turn. Rodolfo's back up.
Okay, so
We got from
I'm going to whisper to Xaxx. Is everything okay?
They're talking it out a little bit, but it's still a little bit tense. So just maybe hang back a bit.
I will stay here. Let me know if you need help. And he gives you a thumbs up and ducks back down.
Don't leave the sphere. Don't leave the sphere.
All right, but I get 5 points, right?
You get 1d6. You get 1d6 plus my cleric level.
1d6.
Yeah.
As long as you end your turn within the sphere.
All right, I will roll that then. What? 6 points. Thank you. This helps.
Those are just temporary hit points, not proper hit points.
Okay.
Well.
But yeah, I'm gonna stay hidden and stay outside of the room.
Gotcha. Okay.
And DM, I'm not going to be giving this benefit to the two to the wolf and the other thing as well. Just the people I know.
You can choose that. That's cool.
Yeah.
Anyone I select.
All right. Nice. So this swirling light and the moons that have now kind of painted the room. I imagine it's like almost like a nightlight that's just emanating these symbols. Though this creature doesn't seem to be at all like perturbed by it. He does look in your direction and sort of squint several of his eyes, then looks back to Tarquin. So it is Sir Talavar's go again, and says, "I have no idea why I'm suddenly so important to your scheme or mission, but Tarquin's right. No need for violence in this endeavor. I've not harmed your creature. Perhaps we can come to some sort of arrangement. I'm willing to help. Should I get my freedom? Yes. In fact, I suggest you calm down and we put our weapons aside." And he's going to cast suggestion on him and see if that works. Consume spell slot. There we go. He fails. And he immediately lowers his claws from this position. In fact, you can even see Tarquin between his claws. He was already spinning a web that's like wrapped around fingers. It looks like he has a garrote in his hands. It's potentially about to strangle you the moment you looked away, but he instead snips the web between his fingers, lets it drop to the floor. He actually brushes his hands off and then lowers them and says in Sylvan again, Yes, I'm feeling much more amicable suddenly. Conversation is good. You're welcome, as per the rule of hospitality. Let us talk.
Yes.
Whew, that was a close one.
Right. Does that take us out of initiative?
It does take you out of combat, yeah. The suggestions for wins.
So...
Wolva! You hear the other creature again. Wolva! It's fine. Come out. And you start to see that shadow again slink from underneath the sofa, rise up out of the ground, and turn into a canine-like form. I apologize for his sudden snap, but he has been instructed to attack intruders. Yeah.
I totally get it. It's fine. Nothing permanent done, you know.
Is this tower your home? Do you live here with anybody else?
No, it is just me and Wova. And I have lived here for a long time.
Is that your scarf up top? It was very pretty.
Yes, thank you.
Very nice.
My name is
Did you weave it yourself?
Elma. I did, yes, from the finest silks. And do you like what I did with the furniture? And he gestures towards the webs that are just encoating
Honestly,
it.
whilst it's not my personal motif, I can certainly see what you've done with it, and I feel it really suits you. Maybe, maybe what you could do is you could get some like little gemstones and put them in the web just to give a bit of color.
Yes, that's a good suggestion. He twitches suddenly. One of his eyes twitches as he says suggestion. So how can I be assistance?
Well, are you naturally an Ettercap, or were you transformed into an Ettercap?
I'm not sure if
He
you're
looks.
supposed to ask that kind of stuff.
That is actually a very good question. As it happens, that is why I need Sir Talavar. He is the key to undoing this curse. And he raises his hands up. And at this point, everyone notices there is visibly something wrong with his two hands. There seems to be a wound on both hands, a severed finger. And it's kind of like a bit of a scar tissue where there should be another one. But he's just holding his hands like, this curse! Ah!
What happened to your hands?
Huh? What? Oh, yes, of course. These are the... This is what Bavlorna did to me.
Why?
She cut off my thumbs. Because she's a cruel hag, that's why.
Are we still in combat?
No. I've ended
Sure.
that. And
Does my sphere thing still keep going for the minute and people get temporary hit points?
Yep, everyone can roll a d6 and gain whatever that is in temporary hit points.
Yay. Happy not to be dead.
It's a d6 plus 2, everybody.
So, we ourselves have problems with Bavlorna and the rest of her coven. We're actually here on a mission in regards to that. But, obviously, Sir Talavar doesn't want to be handed over. He's an old pseudo-dragon, or older pseudo-dragon. Not old as in elderly, just old as in he's lived a long time. Hence why he's so purple.
Yeah.
But,
I figured as much.
Yes. So, so we obviously don't want to just hand him over. I mean, he's already been trapped in a cage, already had to flee. I can see why you would want to use him, but I might have something just as good.
I'm listening.
Do you happen to know much about the Harengon who are running about, led by a Longslav guy?
You suddenly see his mandibles twitch, his eyes go into a grimace. It almost looks like the spell on him is about to break. And he's going to go into a violent rage again, but he holds that back and says, "Of course, it's those brigands. Those brigands are the reason why I have those traps set up."
Well, I stole something from them. Something that seemed pretty important because they were really desperate to get it that they'd even abandoned their own. Or should I say we stole it, but I stole it originally. The semantics. But so, and he sort of shows the gold gourd thing.
Oh, you've... You stole that little memory gourd or whatever it is.
Yeah. Now, I
bet Longscarf is most disappointed with their underlings.
Exactly. So, words, obviously, you need something to trade with Bavlorna. Would this do instead?
He thinks for a moment. Well, the gourd, I'm not sure. It belongs to Agdon. So, it would definitely be a way to bribe him or barter with him, but Pavlorna, perhaps, but
I mean, I thought as she seems keen on
Yes.
stealing memories and stuff, it would fit her MO.
perhaps. He generally doesn't seem sure, but it could work. You can give me a persuasion check on that, to that regard, seeing as he is a little unsure, and it's uncertain.
Yes.
Yeah, his point about it being long scarves makes sense. He seems uncertain, but he's not like dismissing the idea.
This long scarf guy, does he work for the hags, or is he just another bad guy around this area?
Well, if he is just a random bad guy, it does seem as though Pavlorna is letting him have the run of the town, so to speak. Which means there's a clear connection.
Okay, so obviously,
I also have a question when you're done this as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Obviously, you want to break your curse, and we all want to break the curses on us. Though that's not all directly Pavlorna, that's also the other two, but obviously we're trying to find a way to deal with that. We're obviously fairly new to the area, but I don't think bargaining with Pavlorna is going to be the way to deal with it. I feel like particularly in exchange for someone else's life in exchange, it seems a bit of a, you're trapped in that body, but you're going to give up someone else's freedom to get free of it. It seems a bit... I get why you'd want to, totally get it, but yeah, there must be something we can do to help you.
You cannot, right there, you cannot commit an evil act to fight an evil act. It makes you as bad as the person you're fighting against. To hold a sentient being hostage against their will for no reason other than to profit yourself is wrong. Now, I agree with you. I think the curse is horrible, and I think you should break it, but not at the expense of another living, breathing, sentient being's life and freedom.
Life. I have no idea what Pavlorna's intentions are with this creature. All I know is that one creature's freedom could buy my freedom.
And that is what's wrong. You will sink to Pavlorna's level. Are you willing to sink that low that you become like Pavlorna in order to fight Pavlorna?
Give me a persuasion check. That seems quite compelling.
All right.
That is a success. He says, sink is an apt word. It feels like this entire realm is sinking into the mud. Even my tower. Pavlorna is the heart of that curse. Not just me who has suffered. Others. Friends and, well, other denizens. This is all her fault. You're right. And you know what? It's a bad deal that got me into this in the first place. If I try and trade that creature for freedom, it's no doubt that deal will go sour as well.
Thank you. Thank you for listening and hearing and thinking upon my words. Do you know how to free Sir Talavar from his cage? Are you the one that put him in this cage?
No, he came upon me by happenstance, but I just... There's no... he seems to be really racking his head. He even looks over to his his library of books over here. Starts, like, pulling from the shelf. And mumbling into himself, and he tosses books aside. They kind of land onto the floorboards. Some of them you notice to be... well, I'll read a couple titles. Hunting Wabbits, A Guide to Dealing with Hostile Hares. And another one he seems to throw to the side, Hydrology in the Feywild. Not this, no. And he throws another one to the side, Moose Snakes and Me. Wait, no, that's it. He suddenly flicks out a web and catches the book, pulling it back into his grasp, flicking through them. Yes, this is a story about a boy who became friends with a prophetic antlered serpent known as the Watcher. If anyone knows about how to ordain solutions, well, it would be them.
Do you know what or who an alicorn is?
Oh, I'm gonna roll an intelligence every time.
Yeah.
Every time there's a mention of it. 10? Not gonna be enough. He says, a unicorn. I've heard of a unicorn. An alicorn?
Yeah, we're trying to figure it out. We heard it somewhere, and we don't know what it means.
I've not heard of it, unless it's potentially in one of my storybooks, but... Do you like stories?
I do. Maybe I should look through your storybooks. I'm gonna go grab some of the books.
One of my best friends is a storyteller. He's just got engaged, actually.
Ah. There is a certain, I guess, affinity for stories that I've clung on to since this new form. It's strange, but tastes in hobbies can change quite drastically when you're under this curse, or any curse for that matter.
Did he say something earlier about a deal? I caught that word somehow. I wasn't sure I caught the context.
So he said that he wanted to
deal with Bavlorna.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
he said he was...
yeah.
Go on.
Oh, sorry. No, he was saying what?
He was saying that he was going to use Sir Talavar to make a deal with Bavlorna to reverse his curse. But then Tanwen pointed out how deceitful and cruel she is, and the fact that he would be stooping to her level. And then he realized it's a deal that got him in this mess in the first place.
Okay.
And it's no doubt if he tried to do it again, he would be tricked again a second time.
Okay. So after I guess it's been quiet for a minute or two. Rodolfo will poke his head around the side of the door. And he's been kind of listening in. And he says, pardon me, you said you had made a deal with this witch? What was the deal? Perhaps the phrasing can help you to get out of it. These things matter in contracts.
It was a long time ago. I was once a hobgoblin who lived here in Prismere. All my life, I've lived under the rule of Zybilna, and she was the ruler. I worked as a handyman, tending to the wells. Once Bavlorna took over hither and corrupted this land, sinking it into the mire, as I've said, my tower began to sink and slant as well. And I was out of a job. I sought out this hag, this new ruler, with the hope of at least getting some help with my home. Instead of helping me fix the tower, she transformed me into this hideous creature. Yes, I could now climb my walls. I had no need for the stability, but it was a cruel, cruel trick. I retreated back into my tower, only occasionally setting out to collect traps for these damn herringon. But I would occasionally hunt creatures with my dog Wover here as well.
What do you say your job used to be, sorry?
It was a handyman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you took care of what specifically?
Oh, well.
What's an oh well?
He gestures with his severed hand into the other room, up the stairs. Yeah. If you follow, he does point out the table with diagrams, schematics, and tools, and on them you can perhaps see, if you've got some light in here, there is even a little picture of a well right there. Measurements, the diagrams, the materials used to make them and such. And he references them and says, this is an oh well, and shows you a picture.
And is that different from a regular well?
Oh, yes it is. This is what controls the water levels. Many of them are scattered around hither.
So if those were fixed, the water levels would go back to normal?
Perhaps.
Well, speaking of water, there's a bit of an issue on the first floor.
I heard. And he looks at you with a distasteful, look.
Do you know how to turn off the pipe?
I know how to fix the pipes, but turning it off at this point is a little moot. I'm going to have to redirect some pipes, and he seems to sigh heavily. He actually picks up his toolbox.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm going to go.
If it's any consolation, I did not do that. I did not do that.
I think it was a problem with the tower falling down.
Maybe something with the angle. It's on a stress. It's a stress fracture thing. No.
The pipes, they bend when the structure bends. Things become very weak. But this is not important. When you went to the witch, you asked her for help in climbing your tower, or you asked her to fix the tower?
I told her the problem my tower is facing. It's hard to walk around. I said the floors were all skewered. I couldn't traverse my own tower. Stairs were wonky. Things were falling all over the place. And she turned me in this form.
That's why she transformed you.
Exactly.
She had to fix the problem, and instead of fixing the tower, she fixed you so that it wouldn't be a problem.
Perhaps there is something important, because you said not just that you were having that you were falling down, but your things were falling down and sliding. This problem is not fixed.
He gestures towards the webs, holding everything in place.
But he can exactly. He can cast webs. And I'm going to take the opportunity to walk over to Rodolfo and give Rodolfo a good berry. and just whisper, eat it so that you'll feel a little bit better. I wish I could heal you all the way, but this should help.
I also wish you could heal me all the way, but yes, this is good for now. Thank you. I'm feeling much better. Had a little bit of a rest while you all were flailing around in the dark. But this is there are many things interesting here. One is the witch can be dealt with. She is open to negotiation. This is she is
twist the
probably
negotiations, though. Remember that.
Well,
yes, but we can twist it too.
That just means you got to get the contract just right so she can't twist it.
Exactly. The other thing is that our friend here, if I may be so bold as to call you a friend, you have some control over the water in all of Prisbeer. And it seems to me that the excess of water is a major problem. So, perhaps we can... Well, you can be of some use in helping your own place.
I've been trying to maintain them for the past 10 years. I know every in and out of them, but... it doesn't seem like I'm able to fix the problem at the core.
Bavlorna doesn't really, I don't think, want the water to go back to the way it was. I think Bavlorna likes the swampiness of it.
Yes, my fix is only temporary.
So that might not work in terms of the deal.
Wait.
She rules this place, but she's not the only thing in here. We can fix this without her. I don't suppose you ever discovered where the swamp was coming from, or is it just appearing like magic in the witchy way of things?
Hither has always been a rather swampy territory. The Bullywugs certainly like it that way, of downfall, but it has become extreme. Puddles overflowed into lakes. Mire became mountainous. It has now become unlivable, especially with the fluctuating water levels. It makes it incredibly difficult to traverse. Within the span of 10 minutes, you'll be up to your feet. I did try to construct a raft. And he brushes over and shows a schematic for a big raft. He says, but I lament even that got lost.
Do the Bullywugs like it better now, or do they like it better before? Because maybe if they liked it better before, we can work with them as well.
I would suspect that they don't even notice the changes. They stick mostly to their court. I am much more interested in gossip and politics than the actual world around them.
Oh, they got a government system set up, huh?
He rolls all 8 of his eyes simultaneously.
Is this government friendly with the witch? They have an accord?
Yes. I would say so.
Who else lives here besides the horrible Aragon gun bandits?
There are goblins, hobgoblins like myself, or what I used to be. What else?
Anybody that we can, anybody that you may suggest we could partner up with, or make deals with, or team up with, to take us on?
Basically, is there anyone who might be able to give us some assistance?
He thinks for a moment. This guy is clearly very much a recluse, and if he has been out, he's not really spoke to anyone, and he's mentioned like he's just a handyman. He's like a maintenance guy. He just goes around doing the wells, and he's struggling to think of any, but he does again bring up the story. Well, the watcher in the pool. is the only...
Watcher, yeah.
I
In the
think
pool? Is there
they-
watchers in the pool?
That's what they're known as. He flicks the book open again and shows you kind of the page. It describes an antlered serpent who is apparently prophetic and able to ordain things, like through divination.
Okay.
It says,
That'd be useful.
if the boy became friends with it, well, then I'm sure you could.
Do you
You
know
seem
where
like the
we can
talkative
find
type.
it?
He goes over to a map and starts showing you. Though this is more like a what's the word? Like a schematic that shows kind of like the different pipelines
Yeah.
that connect, and you begin to realize. In fact, anyone who's looking over the maps as he's pulling them out can give me an intelligence nature check. Tarquin, you're beginning to realize, and you were the one most interested in this, as a way of transportation around this place. It looks as though these wells all connect, and it's beginning to reveal maybe some sort of system. Like, effectively, if you were able to go through these pipes, you might be able to go down one well and pop up like another. The best reference I can think of is literally Mario pipes from Super Mario. And you can see the little arrows that direct down, and one arrow pops down and another comes up from another well. And as he's looking around on that said map, he points to one well, we'll say in the rough northeast, and he says, yes, legend has it that the Watcher is here. And he points to the pool and the nearest the one well next to it.
Is it possible to travel by these wells?
He nods and says, yes, at least it used to be a little bit more, what's the word? Fluctuating now. Bit more of a gamble.
Is there a way to tell whether it's safe to use or not?
Well, the water isn't poisonous, but if you're worried about drowning, how long can you hold your breath?
Not long. About 30 seconds. Or a minute, I think. Because I've only got a 10 in con, and I think it's like a minute per...
Yeah.
I hate the breath holding rules in 5e. They seem so weird.
It's a minute per modifier, I think. Like if you have a +1, you can hold it for 1 minute.
Yeah, otherwise it's like 30 seconds. So...
Well, the wells are certainly corrupted now. There is vile water that burbles out of them. However, if you're daring enough, they certainly act as a shortcut.
How long does it usually take to traverse the wells? More than a minute?
It can vary. Like I said, these fluctuating water levels is what's throwing me for a loop. Normally they would have set paths, but now as the water drains and floods, it seems as though the direction of the wells have been reversed or corrupted. The magical conjuration magic that surrounds them is, well, it's an absolute mess.
Right. Okay. I did have a couple of other questions, just quick ones. You said you travel about here, right, to do these fixes. You haven't happened to see in your travels a displacer beast, a bugbear, or a halfling recently?
No. Keep to my tower, and I don't like intruders.
That's fair. you can obviously fix, like, make stuff, like you've made your lovely scarf. Do you think you could repair the balloon upstairs?
I was planning on dealing with that, but then you guys turned up. He thinks for a moment.
We could help you with it as well if that would be, good.
Judging from the damage it suffered, it would take a while.
Well,
Not something I could do in a day.
Well, we've obviously, if we
Talavar speaks up and says, in fact, one quick. Has he got message? He knows you've got message, doesn't he, Xaxx? Do you want to point your little finger at me, Xaxx, and do that thing you just did?
It's not message. It's just an innate ability that I have, and I'll telepathically message him.
Oh right, even better.
I'm now speaking inside your head.
Ah, marvelous. I just wanted to point out that my spell only lasts a number of hours. He seems amicable now, but I should warn you that this will wear off, and when it does, he might attack again.
So we should get out of here.
Well, not right now. Let me just check. So suggestion lasts
8
for
hours.
8 hours. So when he begins to mention, it will take a day to fix the balloon, he's just pointing out that he might be able to do that, but if you return, he might be hostile again. So just bear that in mind. Yes, he'll be fine for now, but just if you're planning on staying a day for that balloon, well, I wouldn't stick around.
Good to note. I'll let the others know as well.
Okay.
I wonder, do you remember what happened to Zabinia when the witches took over? How did it happen exactly? We have not been able to determine this.
I'm going to give him a little history check, see what he knows about.
I'm just going to telepathically message each person one by one in our group that about what I was just told. Just to let them know.
Right, okay.
I know that she's disappeared for a long time. I haven't left hither, so I wouldn't know what's going on. If you want answers, you'll have to speak to perhaps someone who's been a bit more well-traveled. There are certain guides in each region that go to and fro. They would definitely know. But myself, I'm a bit of a recluse, you could say. All I know is that when she disappeared, bad things started happening. And Bavlorna and her sisters, well, they've become the de facto, I wanted to say leaders, but I would much rather prefer the word dictators or villains.
Tyrants.
Tyrants, yes. Thank you.
Yes, well, where I come from, we do things to tyrants you would not like. The important thing is to get the people to rise up. And perhaps if we can meet some people, we can rise up, dispose of the tyrants very efficiently, restore good balance and order and all these things. The Bavlorna did not appear until Zabina had already disappeared. Yes, there was not some war or some struggle for power.
No, a vacuum of power.
Okay. This is good to know.
Yes. A war? Well, He thinks for a moment. I'm going to roll him another history check. See if he knows anything about it. He does say, well, my kind have known war aplenty. Hobgoblins are masters of strategy. We've become renowned as mercenaries and the like. I've known war.
But the war was not here that you know of.
Hmm.
Not that
No.
you were aware of in your capacity as handyman.
No.
Interesting. Well, would it be of interest to you to have Zabin back? To have these horrible witches disposed?
It was definitely better before.
Would it be worth something to you?
Yes. What?
Well, as you can probably guess, my associates and I are something of a mercenary group ourselves. We are intending to take care of this matter for you. If this was the case, perhaps you would see your way to, let us say, a down payment of magical items or potions or maps, something to help us accomplish this goal, of which you are most beneficial.
You can give me a persuasion check with advantage, as she's not only under a spell to be amicable and negotiable,
Yes.
but also you make a very good point.
Okay. Come on, dice. Bloody.
Okay. It's good that we got advantage. Will it help? Oh my lord, no, it doesn't. He seems quite a stingy creature, and he says down payment.
Yes, we will need assistance to accomplish this. You understand?
He
There are
says,
expenses.
"You'll have to forgive me, but my trust has been broken once before. Trust is a fragile web, you see. If I gave you something and you died, that item would also sink into the mud with you, and I likely would not see it again."
Well, this is part of the deposits. This is the risk of doing business. But you understand, if you are not able to invest in our little adventure, perhaps there is less benefit for you at the end. You see? There is.
You can give me an insight check.
Okay.
Yeah, that's an insight check as well.
He doesn't know that he failed the roll.
Okay.
17.
You notice that as you're talking about items, and he mentions items, his eyes do glance over to a series of piping. Just for a moment, just briefly, it's like, as it comes to mind, he looks in the direction. And with your detect magic up, I can reveal that as you look over towards the piping, there is actually something connected to it. It's some sort of, well, it looks like a decanter, we shall say.
Okay.
And it is giving off, let me just check.
Conjuration.
Well, you would think that immediately, but it is transmutation.
Oh.
Transmutation.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it like right up in the ocean, or not in the ocean, in the open, or is it?
Yeah, it's in the open, but it's clearly connected to the pipe. So, yeah, but you can see it. So I should have mentioned it earlier when you had the tech magic up. But just the fact that he looks over to it, he's definitely looking at this thing. That is the magical item for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know out of character what this is though.
Okay.
Just that it's important. All right.
It seems, yeah, like it's a large flask, we'll say. And
flask.
you mentioned potions. Like, could be a potion, or it could be something else. You've seen things come out of the pipes. It's a possible that is fueling it. But
is he facing towards it?
At this point, yes, he is.
Okay.
because you're looking at his eyes. Look at
Oh,
it
right.
across the room.
Okay, of course.
So yeah, so it is
That
in
makes
view.
sense. Mm-hmm.
At the very
Okay.
least, you got some information about what the item he has is.
Mm-hmm.
Did I notice any of that? Did Xaxx notice any of that?
You can also roll an insight check as well if you want. For Rodolfo, it's very obvious because there's a glowing magical object. But I'll say if you want to give an insight check as well. Yeah, you would also spot the same similar thing. And as you look at it, even without the detect magic art, there is something odd about that. Something strange. It's like a pipe that just ends in a flask. Like, why? And also, it's upside down, right? So why the pump wouldn't blow something into it? It's obviously something comes from it.
I'll just sort of move near it.
Yeah, if we can't. Sorry. Continue.
Rodolfo, if he can't help us now, perhaps he can help us get back home. Remember, the mirror is one way. So if he was a handyman here, he might know the way out.
Well, you are welcome to ask. I do not think this person is interested in doing business, which is fine by me. He does not have to reap the rewards.
I'm gonna telepathically tell Tarquin and Tanwen about the flask and just that there's something up with it.
Sir Ettercap,
Elma.
do you know the way back to our realm? We got
Well,
here
I don't know
through-
where you're from.
We got here from a one-way mirror. If you were the handyman, do you know exits out of here to other realms?
The Owells do not connect to realms. They simply are a network around hither.
Okay.
Hither.
All right. Thank you for that information.
He keeps calling it hither.
It is.
Is that another name for Prismere?
No, hither is but one of three.
Hither, thither, and yon, yes?
That is correct.
One of three what?
One of three. Well, it's the locations where the
territories.
It's one of the territories where the hags are, right?
Oh,
the words
Prismere.
we said within Prismere. Yeah, the words we said to get here were hither, thither, here, and there. So we came to hither.
Okay.
There's probably a different code for the other two.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
And then there's probably a code you can use to get back to the where we came from, or at least the carnival.
April was the one you ever heard saying said phrase.
Yeah, which is why it brought us here.
And jumping through. I wanted to add something else with your 25 on insight because it is ridiculously high. I guess recalling information about certain rules within Prisma. He mentioned earlier the rule of hospitality that he is seemingly abiding by right now. He's looking, he's showing you around the rooms. He's introducing you. He's being amicable now, although a little bit of magical persuasion. But he seems to be adhering to this rule.
Yeah. So it's the rule
there
of
are other rules that he might be under.
What's the third one? It's the rule of hospitality, the rule of reciprocity, and I can't remember the third.
Ownership.
Ownership. Correct.
Elma, you said you have troubles with Longscarf and his lot, right?
Indeed, yes.
If they were no longer problems for one reason or another, would that benefit you?
It would.
Because I have a feeling he sort of taps the pouch where the gourd is. We're going to have to deal with him one way or another. But I do have an idea for maybe dealing with him. But I will require your fancy scarf.
This one?
Yes, if that's okay. I do have something I can trade for it if that is preferred.
Once again, even both Rodolfo and Xaxx with that kind of insight earlier, even Tarquin, you're realizing he doesn't look like he wants to give it up at first, but then as you're saying, like, a trade, he sort of like, he sort of almost looks like as a sign of sort of defeat on him. You're not sure what it is, but it might be something to do with the rule.
You see, I have this lovely pair of magical gloves that have quite a little bit of a tail behind them. And I was thinking maybe I could trade one item of clothing for another. But only if you're interested.
Gloves? Why would I have interest in gloves? I'm missing fingers.
Well, consider
An insult.
Consider it both a trade and also a sort of deposit on my side, not necessarily a promise, that we will try to get your hands back so you can wear the gloves.
Oh. At this, you can give me a persuasion check with advantage.
Come on, come on, come on.
That is actually quite a touching promise.
Yeah, that didn't roll
10,
with
11,
advantage,
okay.
but let's
Yeah, so I really got to fix that, haven't I? Oh, flipping out, nearly rolled onto a 1. At this, he says, "May I see them?" The gloves.
He nods and shows them.
There's almost a sort of sense of sadness as he looks over them. He takes them out of your hands and stares at them for a moment. Clearly his eyes are focusing on the thumbs of the gloves. Tarquin, you feel a sort of a strange... I wouldn't say you feel something. I'd maybe say you actually hear something, almost like a small chime in your head. Like a little tinkling of maybe like wind chimes. Does that make sense? Just very lightly. And as that happens, you see Elmo seems to hear it as well, as his eyes kind of go wide, and then he nods, almost as if he's acknowledging it. And then he turns, gestures to the scarf, and says, "It is yours."
He nods
as per the rule of
reciprocity.
Indeed.
He will take the scarf, which probably doesn't have any magical properties, but the gloves just made my hands big. They had no benefits to me, so, and they fit for story purposes, so.
Okay. Yeah, fantastic. I know you're trying to figure out the details of all the what was shown, but you can always go back and watch the episode on that little specific on where Mr. Light was talking about them in the carnival. But no, nonetheless, Elma and Tarquin, it seems just like as if you've agreed to some sort of trade or deal, and this rule has been adhered to, and the trade is complete. Elma hands you this beautiful. It is like a table. It is a tablecloth. You keep calling it a scarf. It's a beautiful tablecloth. It's filled with dazzling colors. But yeah, it's yours if you want it. And the rules again. Rules of being a good host, rules of reciprocity, and rule of ownership. Not. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. What else was there? Is there anything else you wanted to ask this individual before time runs out on his suggestion spell?
If you're able to fix the balloon, that would help us on our journeys, but no, like, I don't have anything to trade for that. But I would, we should probably be on our way and leave you to your home. Would you mind us resting here for an hour?
But of course you are welcome. Feel free. And you see him beginning to pull a can out of the cabinets, and he kind of opens it up and begins pouring out some food for Wover, who digs into his little dog bowl over there. And he places a hand on just on the back of Wover and begins petting it, probably brushing off a little bit of the strange soot that appeared there when Nox burst into flames. You may take a short rest if you wish.
Yep.
Everyone.
Which for me is literally going to be just to regain my key.
If anybody's
Okay.
doing the short rest, hold on. I got something for you.
Yeah.
Nox, if you're gonna short rest, take this unicorn snuggle beast and just sort of cuddle with it while you do.
Yay. And as long as you spend a hit dice on your short rest, you get to roll a d8. Is it?
2d6. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
fantastic! 2d6 extra healing.
2d6? 2d6.
2d6. 2d6 only for Nox, because Nox has the snuggle beast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think somebody else used it before, so it's only.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. That's fantastic. That pops you up all the way to full. And,
Only yeah. As a note for the players, each creature can use it once per long rest.
Okay.
Okay, nice. I'm also adding 5 temporary hit points to you, Tanwen, because that's what you would have got from Xaxx's
Okay, thank you.
earlier. No worries. Okay, and while we're taking a short break, what if we just go for a quick break in real life
Yep.
as well? That's all right.
Okie
You can stretch your legs, grab a drink,
Right.
and we'll be right back.
Right, be right back.
Welcome back. Okay, the party have finished their short rest, recovered a bit of their hit points. Good berries and snuggle beasts have restored them to vitality. Elmer has also, during this time, picked up his toolbox and gone downstairs to fix his shower room. And still kind of muttering to himself. But Wovar, after finishing his little meal, is probably looking around at the rest of you. Curious.
Are we allowed to pet Rover? Or Rovar?
I mean, you could try. Wovar almost sits down, almost expectantly, maybe.
I would like to approach, kneel down slowly, and reach my hand out just a little bit to see if he'll come up to me and sniff.
Yeah, they do approach. We are an animal handling.
A good boy. You're a good boy. I scratched behind his ears. You were such a good boy. You shouldn't have bit Knox, but you were still being a good boy.
Give me an animal handling check.
No, he was just doing sort of what he's supposed to do, you know?
He's a guard dog,
yes,
Guard dog.
I know that. Give me 1 second to get over to animal handling.
And Knox is also going to give you guidance. There you go. So you got +3 to this roll.
Alright, come on, Brandee. Alright, animal handling. There you are.
That's a 21. Wow. Okay. So something strange about this dog as you're petting them. The fur on the back of their head doesn't feel like fur. It feels like kind of a thick smoke that sort of coalesces between your fingers. It's strange. It's almost like slightly immaterial.
This is really interesting.
I'll say as you're stroking them, they seem to like thump their back foot on the ground, and their their tail begins to wag repeatedly until it starts to vanish. Like the tail is going invisible.
Oh dear. Rover, don't disappear altogether. I think that Elton would be very unhappy if we lost his pet. But you're a good boy. Thank you for letting me pet you. And then I'll turn around and say, it's really odd that he's smoky. His fur feels smoky and his tail started to vanish when he was wagging his tail. I don't think he's a dog. I don't know what he is, but I don't think he's a dog.
He's maybe like a fey dog type thing. I don't know. Have you heard of anything like that before? Well, there's the displacer beast who like displaces. Maybe this is like a smoke dog or something.
Man, do you want me to
Shadow
roll an
fell
intelligence test check or?
Yeah, you can give me an Arcana check if anyone's interested in what this thing might be. Tarkan, no idea.
It's a dog.
Nox is the furthest away from what this creature could be, believe it or not. Xaxx and Tanwen, though, with an 18, you're starting to get the properties of, like you said, shadow and wispy creatures. Xaxx mentioned it's a fey dog, like a displacer beast. It could also have traits like that. And you're beginning to realize, yeah, this creature is made up of shadow. He is not necessarily a real dog, but it is clearly a creature that responds to you and has its own life, but it has got properties like that. The thing you think of immediately is, Xaxx, as you mentioned, like a fey version, is a blink dog, because those are fey creatures. Blink dogs are able to teleport around and vanish, but Wover here seems to be almost like a shadow variant of that. It's a breed that you just haven't come across, perhaps. But there was one more thing with those 18s. You definitely saw there was a fear of light when that dazzling color went off. It seemed to run away. Clearly, light is not healthy for this creature, which is odd for a thing that is in the Feywild. You'd normally expect things to be, I don't know, more abundant with life force and energy, but this thing sticks to the shadows.
Well, do I know about the Shadowfell or no? Is it like completely out of my realm of knowledge?
No, you would know that. If you know about the Feywild, you know about the Shadowfell, as it is literally the other side of the coin. This creature could be from there.
So maybe it's like a blink. Have you heard of a blink dog? Do you know what a blink dog does? They sort of teleport like in and out all the time. This maybe is kind of like that, just shadowy, and maybe it's from the Shadowfell, maybe it's from the Feywild. I don't know. I'm not really good with animals.
Well, I know that we're on a short rest, but before we leave, what is that thing on the table? Has anybody figured out what that is? That upside down, a flask that's upside down and connected to the pipes.
Oh, maybe we should ask Elmer. It's magical.
It's interesting. I mean, everything in here is interesting, and I'm definitely going to take a peek at the maps before we go, unless Elmer asks me not to.
No, he said he kind of showed you them already, but you can have another look.
Okay.
So the maps are more like geological logs for each of the O-wells scattered around hither, and there's papers that detail his observations and maintenance schedules for the past 10 years. And it looks like in the past year, his notes stop shortly after indicating that he believes Bavlorna, she's the one responsible. Her practices have made these wells unmaintainable and yes, you see it, there's mentioned a decanter of endless water. That's how he was maintaining it. And there's even a picture of the same flask that's in this.
Hey,
Yeah.
y'all,
That's what it's
I
called.
think I know what that thing is, but I want to come over and look at the notes I just found.
Is Elmer still in the room with us?
No, he's downstairs fixing the plumbing, the shower.
Okay. So yes, he seemed very protective of it. I noticed he was eyeing it, but I wonder at such a solution for when you can just have a well. It seems a little extreme.
Well, perhaps this gives clean water. I mean, wells can sometimes have frogs in them and tadpoles and
swampy water too, I suppose.
Swamp water's not really healthy to drink, so this.
But the notes, the notes say that this is a flask of endless water. So that's really cool. Maybe we should all fill up our canteens and everything.
Already done.
Already ahead of you. We were down there in the deluge for quite some time.
All right. Well, Tarquin, I guess you and I need to fill up our canteens as well if this is good, clear water. And I'll do that. I'll fill up my canteen.
Okay. As you detach it from the pipe, you suddenly hear a bump from below, and you hear Elmer coming up the stairs. And you can see that the water is already pouring from the decanter as you pop it off. It's literally as a spring of water that's just pouring out, and you can fill your decanter up as Elmer reaches the top.
Yeah, I will pop it right back on as quickly as possible. Whoops!
Did someone touch?
Expect it to be that much?
Did you just touch the flask? I'm down there fixing the shower.
I'm sorry. I just thought it would have a little bit of water. I didn't realize it would gush like that. Elmer,
Actually,
I don't apologize.
This is actually a good point, though. Maybe we should take the flask off and put the stopper in so that the water can stop and it can make the repair of the shower a little bit easier.
This is a good instinct. This makes sense.
I am offering this advice to you.
I shall take your advice. And he says begrudgingly, you're the one who broke it, right? Was it you?
I did not break it. I turned it on.
I heard that bell ring. Someone pulled it. Oh, whatever. It doesn't matter. I've nearly fixed it anyway. And he picks it
I
up.
pulled the stopper out of the flask, and I apologize profoundly for that.
Well, the important thing is you are fixing it now. And now you know that there was a weakness. So, you know, in a way, it is a good thing. But I wonder, this is a very curious system you have here. So this is for giving you fresh water? Did you always have this? Is this how you run the wells?
Yes, this isn't just a trinket of mine. This is my livelihood. This is my tool of the trade. So I purified the wells before.
So this is what you used before when things were good?
That's right.
And was this given to you by Zybilna?
He raises an eyebrow, almost as if, how did you know that?
Oh, pardon. I am a farmer myself. I am very interested in irrigation systems. You see, I have many vines that require water. I'm just, you know, from one professional to another. Just curious.
She did. She gave me this responsibility.
Ah, how wonderful. What one can do with a generous patron. What did you ask? Pardon, I do not mean to pry. Did you ask for this responsibility? Was this something an honor for you? Something you had always wanted to do?
Well, the realm was populated. She delegated certain tasks. And well, us hobgoblins are quite resourceful. We're good with our hands. We were a good fit for the job. And yes, I volunteered.
And you were happy in this job?
Yes, I got given my own tower as a sort of maintenance hut, or a lighthouse, you will. I could keep an eye on the water levels from up there.
On all of Prismere?
On all of hither.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, I do hope that soon you will find your métier again. Your how you say the job that makes you happy. There's a word for this. Vocation.
Right.
And I had an idea for your tower tipping. You may not want to disturb the foundation while it's still sinking, but maybe once we can fix the water problem, wrap a bunch of webbing around it, make a very, very, very thick rope to a nearby tree, and keep shortening that rope. See if you can pull the tower back over on itself using your webbing.
Oh, that's a good idea. Untilt the tower.
I doubt my webbing would be strong enough, but it's a idea, I suppose.
Now, if you manage to maybe pull it from one side and push it from the other somehow, then your webbing wouldn't need to be as strong.
Or at least for right now, you might be able to use your webbing to stabilize it so it doesn't fall over anymore.
I would have attempted this earlier, but there was unwanted visitors outside.
Oh, we took care of them as well.
They
snakes?
were indeed, yes.
Yeah. They are no longer sneaking.
Well then, you have my appreciation, but I don't think they were here for me. I think they were there because of you. And he points towards Sir Talavar. Oh, yes, I'm quite the celebrity, it seems.
Well, you know who sent these snakes. We assume they were, or I assume they were just native to the land. You know, this kind of ordinary pest that you have.
No. Everything is for a reason. Every
That is
every
interesting.
strand makes up a larger web.
And it is the witch who controls this web?
Mm-hmm. He nods. He nods.
I think I may be beginning to understand how things work here. It is very unlike what we are used to at home.
She must have whispered the... Sorry, yes.
I agree with you, Rodolfo. This is unlike anywhere else I have ever been.
Same here. I've never been to a place quite like this before.
But this is not necessarily a bad thing. If everything is there for a reason, then it can be reasoned with. You cannot reason with chaos. You cannot reason with chance or nature. But you know, you can make deals. You can strategize with something that has a purpose.
That's true. That's a very fair point.
Perhaps I'm misunderstanding, but this would be my idea.
Elma disappears downstairs for a moment.
Like, I'll leave you guys for your philosophizing. I have plumbing to do.
He comes, yeah. No, actually, he comes back, and he, in his hands, has a pair of stilts, and he hands them to you, Xaxx, as you were the one who mentioned that you had dealt with the problem, and says, as per the rule of reciprocity, you have indeed got rid of those snakes outside my house, so here, these might be of use. And you see that these are large wooden stilts with one end of them seems quite muddy, and you can see there are what look to be like bandages around the handholds so that you can tie your hands to the stilts for sturdiness.
Thank you. Oh, yeah. Thank you, I guess, yeah. I accept the reciprocity.
You're welcome. Yeah, there you go. He's giving you what they are is you can just call them swamp stilts, and in fact, I'll add the information to them. So you can
they have special abilities?
Yeah, they're not magical, but they allow you to walk through the mud without costing extra movement. Swamp stilts. Okay, here we go. They're adventuring gear. I'll put that in the chat and we'll add them to your sheet. Any one of you can use them. He's only giving them to Xaxx because he's the one who mentioned that you guys were the ones who dealt with it.
I'll hold on to them, but yeah. While we're doing this short rest, I still have the fairy bell nectar from the carnival and a Euphoria cookie, and I'm just gonna eat those.
He's just gonna down them. Cool.
Yeah,
sure.
Just to get rid of them, because I don't know if they do anything, but I think I gotta get rid of them.
All right then. Euphoria cookie and what was the other one?
The fairy bell nectar.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. They are those are both definitely magical in some sort of sense. Or at least they release the magic when you eat them. You want to roll a D100 and see what happens?
For two of them?
Yeah, both of them. If you're downing both, sure.
I'm downing both.
Wovar looks up at you and he says, "Oh yes, he's attracted by sweet smells. If you got covered in that acid from earlier, he probably would have attacked you as well." Well, I was planning on covering the herring on him. Did you like my little trap?
That's
It almost
okay.
got us.
That's
It was
what-
well done.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
The trap was
No.
good. The trap was very, very good.
No doubt they would fall for carrots. And it was so easy.
Yeah, we didn't fall for that though. We wouldn't fall.
No, what did Dragonborn eat?
Well, I eat pretty much everything, or at least I give it a
Alright.
try. So I don't have a particular one or two things that I go for, but you know, I like all kinds of food.
And what do
Okay.
you eat around here? Do you have plants or berries, agriculture? How does one live in a place like this?
Me and Wova go out hunting for beasts and animals.
Oh, very exciting.
Alright, so
Hmm.
you what did you get? A 43? A rainbow-colored circle of force surrounds you. And you have do your next turn. You had advantage on dex saving throws. Oh, that could have been handy again against webs and stuff. And 18 was
For the next 6 seconds.
18. You cast the spell polymorph on yourself, transforming you into a hamster. So it's as he's asking you what you're eating, when suddenly you shrink down. Your scales turn to big fluffy cheeks, and you see that Xaxx is now holding that same cookie and now nibbling on it and storing it in his cheeks.
Oh, that is. Magic is a funny thing. He's very cute though.
He is very
He
cute,
looks-
but I don't think we should leave Xaxx on the floor.
It looks tasty.
Yes, I'm sure he does, Elmer.
A little
I'm
morsel.
gonna walk over and pick up Xaxx.
Aw. Yeah, he's very light, very cute looking.
So
He's a purple
Xaxx,
hamster.
you're adorable, but we need you back as Xaxx, not as a hamster.
It wears off.
Oh, I know this one, Sir Talavar speaks up. If you do want to turn him back, a little quick flick on the nose ought to do it. I know it sounds horrible for the hamster, but he won't
alright.
feel a thing once he's back.
I'll set him down and boop the snoot.
Okay. There he is. But purple. So yeah, you boop him on the nose, and he would turn back to Xaxx, no problem. I'm sure a hamster has like half a hit point.
Xaxx,
Yeah.
maybe not eat strange food that you don't know the effects of.
But it always turns out well.
Yes, but you were a very edible critter when you turned just now. I don't know if you remember it.
I did kind of. I got real small and got real, I got real happy actually. It was fun. But think about it this way. If I'm that small and edible and something eats me, and then I guess turn back into myself while I'm in their mouth, I'll like explode their heads out and then they're done.
Well, this
Yes,
is
yes,
assuming
well.
that you explode out before they have crunched you into tiny little pieces.
Well, we'll find out one way or the other. Either way, nothing bad ever happens when you eat stuff.
Oh dear.
True.
Oh, except for that one time I was frozen during the fight inside the tent.
How about well, I realize that we live in a monarchy. Maybe we could practice that weird new type of government. They called it democracy, and vote on you eating strange stuff. Because I would vote against it.
I don't think that I want other people to decide how and what goes inside my body.
Fair enough. But just be careful. We value you as a friend and a companion.
Right. I hate to break up the pleasantries, but we ought to be going soon, just in case the magic of this conversation wears thin, shall we say.
Elmer, do you have a recommended direction we should head? Is there an area that
We should
has
probably-
a path that we could walk on?
We should probably head towards that Watcher guy.
The Watcher's
Okay.
Pool is in the northeast. It'll be quite a trek there. But if you do come across as one of my wells and you wish to give it a risk, feel free to jump in and give it a go. Hold your breath, that's all I'll say.
Well, I'm glad that we may have began on the wrong foot, but I'm glad we're ending as friends. It was nice to meet you, Elmer. It was nice to meet you, Rovar. You're a good dog.
He does a little spin in the air and suddenly jumps into the wall with the darkest of the walls in this room, and then just melds into the shadow completely.
See, I told you, it's just like a blink dog. Just a shadow blink dog.
Yeah, he's a cutie patootie.
Elmer, yes, we won't keep you. I guess we'll be on our way, but I offer you this gift, and I give him the wooden apple that is painted blue.
Ah, damn it. You
Ah,
keep doing this.
I know, it's fun.
He goes over to his cupboard, pulls open it, and reaches in. Here you go. And he hands you back something. He hands you it's a gem. And it looks like it's worth about 10 gold. You can judge that immediately. Because I'm telling you. But it is what is known as a malachite. Which is, let's look at that. Yeah, malachite is a kind of a monolithic crystal. It has a silky luster. It's often used as an ore of copper. It's kind of got a greeny color to it.
Oh, thank you.
Quite.
I promise
quite
that's the
pretty,
last time I'll do that. Today.
There you go, something like that. You're starting to get the hang of this, aren't you? The rule of reciprocity.
Yeah, it's a new place for me, so I'm trying to learn the rules as quickly as I can.
Wow. You've learnt a lot, it seems, already. Now, if you don't mind, I have some more plumbing to deal with and a chain to fix, but if you stop by again, then... and he stops for a moment, like...
Next
then
time
we
we'll
will
knock
have
on the
more...
door rather than coming in through your roof. Bye.
Yes. But farewell. May the Weaver tell your story.
And may
I do.
your
He
webs
says this
ever
as
be
he-
strong and silky.
Ooh, the Weaver. He gives you the Weaver's blessing. Very interesting.
Who's the Weaver?
The Web Weaver, Dream Weaver. Oh, he's a sort of a well-known Fae. I'm gonna roll his Arcana, which he got +4 to. So it's more like a 13. So he does he does know of it. Sort of a it's a bit of a legend. Do you have deities in your world? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, that's the sort of closest thing to it. A patron of sorts, a powerful fae, but he's kind of told about in stories himself. I think that's why he mentioned he had suddenly gained an interest in stories when he took this form. It's his influence.
Well, Sir Telefar, before we leave, we cannot guarantee that we're not walking into danger. Of course, we're more than willing to take you with us if you want to go. But now that Elmer is not going to trade you, it may be safer for you to stay here. What is your choice? We will certainly... you are an adult and can make your own decisions. Do you want to come with us, or do you want to stay here with Elmer?
I don't really have much of a choice, do I? I'm at your behest. If you leave me here, I am here. If you take me with you, then I am with you. I really am completely stuck in this cage. If you were to leave me in a ditch, that's where I would probably stay until someone found me.
What does everybody else think? There's a part of me that feels guilty about taking Sir Talavar into danger, but we may be able to find a solution that will help him get out of the cage.
One of the reasons we're going to the Watcher is to ask them if they know a way to get him out of the cage. So it'd be kind of pointless if we left him here and something happened. So that's my opinion. But
yeah. Plus, he said he's got some spells. That's always useful.
Yes, he was very useful in the fight. Okay.
And speaking of walking with somebody, I'm gonna put on my stilts now. Thanks.
I just remembered something. Also, you put on your stilts. That's amazing. You look like you can easily raise above the mud level, and just give me an acrobatics check. See how well you balance for the first time. They do work. And this is your practice run.
Acrobatics.
Yeah, you balance really well. You're doing no like shaking or leaning. They seem to sink right into the mud, and they're quite sturdy. Yeah,
it works.
You look really good on those stilts.
I'm almost as tall as a normal dragonborn now.
Hey, if you get good with them, maybe you can work at the carnival when we get back.
Oh yeah, this is like what they were walking around on in the carnival. Maybe that's why they had the stilts.
Yeah.
Also, I just recalled that, Rodolfo, you have a book that mentioned something about that creature. Do you want to give me either a history or arcana check? Because you mentioned something earlier. And may have flicked through it in the chapters of the Domains of Delight. That one.
Arcana is it's same either way. Let's try Arcana.
Let's see if you get
18.
18? Okay, yeah, we'll say that you read that section perhaps on your short rest. As you mentioned, Weaver, you actually correct Talavar. His name is actually Yarn Spinner, and the Forest of Thither is known to strange creatures, including a giant storytelling spider known as Yarn Spinner. But that's what it mentions in the Domains of Delight. Perhaps you'll come across him. Who knows? If he is indeed a thing and not just some sort of deity. But
okay, the forest of what again?
Thither.
Thither. Thither.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Too many creatures.
There is, yeah. There's a whole cast of NPCs. So you guys have exited the Slanty tower. You close the kind of wooden door behind you, and you realize it's off its hinges. So you sort of you put the door leaning to. He probably hasn't noticed that part yet. Probably because he doesn't even use the door, but who knows? Nonetheless, you start to see him pulling in the basket. He seems to be looking to fix this balloon, perhaps. So Talavar says, "Right, well, that worked, but yes, if we do return, like you said, Tarquin, maybe use the front door and try not to upset him with a broken shower next time." But anyway, where to?
Well, we need to head northeast. Also, you got a bit of smut on your cheek there, Nox. Did the plumbing go well?
What?
Ah, that's good. Right, so northeast to the Watcher and the pool. Or the pool and the Watcher, or whichever way around it is.
The Watcher's
Did you
pool, I
have a
think.
sense of how far it was? I wasn't paying attention at that moment. I'm sorry, I was distracted. How far?
How far?
Quite a distance. Quite a distance. He said.
It always amuses me when city folk try to measure distances in the Feywild.
Wait, what?
I'm not city folk, but I understand what you're saying.
So
Oh,
you're
well,
saying you can't measure the distance, or?
No, there are no metrics of distance.
Then
I think he's suggesting that the swamps change constantly. It's one of the best and worst features about them is that channels open up and close, that an area that looks solid is actually inundated with water and will cause you to sink up to your waist, and an area that's wet is actually safe to wade across. So
is that what you're saying?
What you're saying.
You see Sir Televar kind of chuckling even more. No. And even more amusing that you say northeast. Where did you come to that conclusion?
It was on a map.
The Ettercap told us himself.
Is it
I
not
think the
northeast?
Ettercap-
Is it southwest?
Actually, I think if I did, I may have slipped up, but I think the Ettercap mentioned that the Watcher's Pool is where the Watcher is. But I think I told you out of game that it appeared on the northeastern part of a map.
Oh,
Okay.
If I did say northeast as Elmo, then that was a mistake. But I think I remember
No.
saying, like, when you look
No.
at the map, it appears in the northeast.
yeah.
Okay.
But
Well, it
so
was...
Talavar's like, there is no west, there is no east, there is over yonder, there is over thither, there is a fairy's flutter of a distance, and there is a giant's stride of a distance. Sometimes to get to where you wish, you will have to follow the roots of a certain branch or tree, or maybe you've got to follow the bubbles or the shadow of the moon. But there is no north, east, west. Certainly not in this realm. Goodness, it's
Well, there's
difficult
still
enough
left
finding
and right
prisoners.
and forward and backwards, right?
Yeah, yes, I suppose you're right.
Then
There is definitely forwards.
So,
we can, as Rodolfo suggested earlier, use reason.
or
Make a
maybe
decision to
not.
go left, right, or I'm sorry, Knox. I didn't realize you were the one that said that.
So, how does one navigate in these sort of places to get from one place to another? I ask. Talavar.
Well, I had to sense out Prismere. And to enter thither, I had to answer a riddle, I think. And when I crossed over, I just followed my nose. The smell of stagnant water was quite potent. And, yes, found myself here.
Do you remember the smell or the riddle in particular?
Well, now that you mention it, I don't remember the riddle. But I do remember there was a fainter, cleaner smell. The smell of stagnant water was fainter in a certain area. But I was told to follow the stagnant water if I wanted to end up in here. Regrettably, I ran into Bavlorna. That was a mistake. But
So we go the direction
maybe-
opposite of the stagnant water?
yes, maybe if I'd followed my nose to clean water, I would have ended up in the Watcher's Pool.
So let's go the clean water direction.
Capital. Let's do that.
All right. Which way is that?
Okay. You look around and you start to see all the swampy water around you. This, as you all begin looking for clean water or maybe a fainter smell, you can all give me either a nature check or a survival, or even perception, however you wish to try and do it, whether you're sniffing the air or observing the water, whatever you want. I think
I'm
really
on stealth.
works for
I'm
me.
going to sort of walk around in circles and try to see if there's a difference.
Can you still fly? Are you still capable
No,
of flying?
that's right out.
Okay.
Okay.
Nope.
However, Xaxx, I am glad that you said you're going to look in the water, because for a natural one, you see something totally different. Not necessarily a bad thing, but you're going to get the opposite of what you're looking for. Okay. 18. Wow. Okay, it's Tanwen. You're using a perception, so you're sniffing the air, and you're used to sort of the wilds, like you said. You corrected Sir Talavar on being a city folk. You're used to the smells of nature, and there is definitely cleaner breeze in the air coming from a certain direction. Again, I won't tell you which direction because it doesn't matter which direction. I could tell you south and you'd end up there. I could tell you north. It doesn't really matter, and it works in a weird meta sense in D&D as well. I can just tell you, yeah, you know where you're going, and no matter what direction that is, it doesn't matter because you know it's correct.
Oh, okay.
Welcome to my weird Feywild world. So
No,
you can smell fresher air. Oh, what's up?
Why does my icon say plus 5 feet?
Oh, you was in the air a little bit. Oh wait, that's
me.
Tanwen. Tarquin, sorry. Let's put you back down.
Okay.
There you go. Let's say with Rodolfo, you're 21. You remember you was investigating those mushrooms earlier? Some of them seem to be a bit more corrupted, we could say, or rotten, moldy.
Yeah. Yes. At the
There
top,
are-
they were molding.
Yeah, some of those appear around here as well, but you notice a pattern within not only the mushrooms, but also some of the mangroves that just appear to be more healthy, and they're more vibrant in color. And you're noticing this in another direction. It's the same direction Tanwen is sort of sniffing out right now, in fact. There's some of the lily pads have bloomed, whereas the ones in the other direction, the ones that Xaxx are looking at, they seem to be, yeah, kind of cracked and moldy.
Okay. I don't know what to do with this information. I
Moldy.
guess I'll fall. Yeah. I'll point that out to the others. And Tanwen, do you see the the difference in these mushrooms?
I wasn't looking at the mushrooms, but I can smell a difference in the water. So I think if we're going to follow the clean water, maybe to the O wells and maybe beyond, this is the direction we need to go.
Okay.
Yeah, I definitely didn't. I don't know what I got. I got nothing here.
Okay.
So
Oh, you got
maybe-
something.
Oh, I got something here. Okay.
Oh, you got something. Yeah, with a natural one, it's the complete opposite. So I'm going to tell you what you see. It's, in fact, actually, I've got more than that. You can give me a, I think it's a D8. Okay. I've got so many tabs open. Let me close a few now that I don't need Slanty Tower anymore. Okay. All right. So. One second. Somewhere tucked away. So as you're coming to the edge of the water, you're looking in, and some of this water is kind of bubbling away, and the water seems to shift and shimmer as if it's reflecting something. Perhaps it's reflecting the sky and the twilight, but you look up and it doesn't seem to match. Seems to be something else, other images playing out in front of you. And I would like you to roll me a D8.
Who is rolling the D8?
This is just Xaxx at the moment. He's seeing something in the river, and you're watching this image flow down. It's almost like frames, one by one, that flood past you in the water, like this iridescent reflection. And as it's flooding past you, image after image, it starts to play out a scene. And with a 2, you see a bullywug is bedecked in the trappings of a monarch. Sorry, he's like got this big frilled, what's it called? Like a cravat. What's it got? It's called. Looks like he swallowed a plate. To you, it's bizarre and weird, but it's like this ruffled collar, and he seems to constantly adjust his ill-fitted crown of lily blossoms, while he is also leafing through a large tome spread across his lap. He's just flicking through the pages, and as you're watching each image, one image is another page and another page, and his crown suddenly slips a little bit. He has to readjust the crown again. And you're just seeing that image sort of flow downstream.
Is anybody seeing like movies in the water?
No.
Or images in the water?
I see small fish. Is this what you mean? Moving things?
No, I'm seeing like I guess it's like a frog person, but he's dressed as like kind of like Tarquin, like a monarch type thing, and he's looking at a book. Did anybody see that?
You can all have a look as well if you want.
I'm gonna stand next to Xaxx, and I walked over to Xaxx to look down and see if I could see what he's seeing. Perception.
You can come over and no roll for this as you're looking in.
Okay.
What you witness is just perhaps the last frame of it as it's like gets washed away downriver, and you can see there does seem to be a semblance of color, but it looks like oil on the top of water as it's sort of getting washed away. You only caught just perhaps the last second of it. You're not sure if your eyes were deceiving you or if the image of what he was telling you is just imprinted on your mind and in your eyes. But anyone who was looking in like a different body of water, I know you, Rodolfo, was over by this kind of big pond, and you were like, I see fishes. The pond doesn't seem to show any images. As you're all staring and waiting for something to happen, sure enough, upriver, you see another pool of color beginning to weave and swirl its way towards you.
Oh, there's another one coming. Well, let's see if this is the same or not.
Okay, and I'll see. This time, Tanwen, you can roll a d8.
Okay.
Okay, what do you get? 4. All right. So you would see this image plays out very differently. This one seems to have a tall, thin figure wearing a pointy black hat and a hooded black cloak. They are climbing onto a rickety staircase leading up to a large, ramshackle house built on stilts. And this house seems to be in the center of a large kind of swampy village. But as this cloaked figure is walking up, their shadow seems to suddenly detach from their body, and it moves across the walls of the house, creeping up, flowing over every little jutting windowsill and window frame, and then it sees a window that's open, and the shadow crawls up and slips into the open window, whilst the actual figure, the hooded figure, looks over their shoulder quick and then knocks on the door, and that's the last thing you see as that image trickles down the stream. And for you, it kind of looks like more of an oil, like a blackish oil slick.
I am going to tell them, Xaxx and Rodolfo, since they're standing closest to me, and I don't want to shout what I saw, but I'm also going to look around to make sure that I don't see any mushrooms that are puffing spores that could be causing us to have hallucinations.
No, you don't see any of those mushrooms. Not at the water's edge. Anyway, no. And everyone saw it who was looking into the river at that point. You all saw the same sort of thing.
Mm.
Oh, I think I've got an image for
Wait.
for what you saw. Yeah. Okay. I guess this is the closest thing I've got for you, Xaxx, is this kind of frog I mentioned. This is the big ruffled collar I was talking about. It looked like they swallowed a plate or a lily pad. That's their crown of blossoms, and they were sat cross-legged with a big tome in their hand as their crowns constantly slipped off. But yeah.
I love the fact that he's sitting on a crocodile that's looking very annoyed.
That crocodile has a name. You will come to know sometime. But yeah, that's what you saw. And I guess for the other image, I'll see if I can find something. Nothing that I don't want to give away just yet. But
Well, maybe
we'll
if
find
we just sort of stand here at the water's edge, we'll just see all kinds of stuff, and we'll know everything by the time we leave.
Do you think it means something particular, or is it
It could also be
just
just
nonsense?
it could just be the Feywild being weird, because the Feywild seems to be weird.
Yes. Perhaps it has a reason, but the reason is beyond our knowing.
Right. I think we should stand here for a minute and see if we get one more. I mean, you saw it, then I walked up, then another one flowed down, then Rodolfo's walked up, so we can see, but I don't think we should stand here all day.
Okay. If you're eager to see if there is any more, then I will allow. Who's else? Rodolfo? Yeah, you can roll me a D fate as well.
Okay. What? 7?
7. Okay, so you just happen to see what looks like there's creatures in the water. They are swimming in the water as well. So these look like a good fit. And it looks so real for just a moment. But the water is kind of murky, so you're not sure what they are. But they look like fishy humanoid creatures, fins on their head and on their like forearms. Their bodies do end in a fish-like tail. What you would think is an equivalent to maybe a mermaid, but no, there's something else about them. Their top half is definitely fish-like, almost kind of monstrous. One of them kind of snaps at the other one. They almost more look like piranhas than the mermaids, but they definitely got like forearms and weapons in hand. Like seem to have these long pikes. Oh, I have the image of what you saw, Xaxx, as well. Here we go. Found a good one for you.
No, I saw the
The frog.
Oh, sorry, not
frog.
for Xaxx. This one, sorry, is for Tanwen. What? I mean, you all saw it, but that's the figure who looked over their shoulder and their shadow detached from them with the pointy hat.
I'm still seeing the king, but let me.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, that is frightening.
I wonder if that's Miss Moongrave.
And this is you see a pair of these creatures swim down river. But there doesn't seem to be something, what's the word, as interesting about these. They just seem to be side by side, swimming past both of you. And for a moment you think, oh god, are these real? These things with these large, like not trident, sorry, pikes. And suddenly a frog jumps into the water, and you see the actual image sort of ripple and dissipate.
Wow.
Okay.
So three things to keep note of. There's a frog king, there's a shadow drinking tea, and there's fish people who are top fish and bottom fish with weapons.
Oh, be careful in the water, I guess.
Oh, I got the stilts. and I'm gonna stilt away.
Plod. Nice. All right.
I'm gonna go. Nox was said she was wandering off, so I'm gonna go to try to find Nox.
No, I
Okay.
think we should stick together. We should go with him.
Yeah, I'm
Rodolfo.
trying to get Nox back to the group so she doesn't wander off too far.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I was
think we
wondering
should stick together and go with you.
What did Nox end up getting on their check? Oh yeah, 9. Okay, yeah, so they are getting lost. The survival check didn't turn out too good. They're just 12, right? Okay, because of guidance, I'm assuming. So you are wandering off. You're not lost, but I will say though, you're definitely not in the direction that Tanwen smelled fresher air, and nor in the direction Rodolfo spotted healthier looking foliage. But yeah, you can try to catch up to her.
Nox, let's get back to I think we have to go this way. Tanwen's got some fresher air direction, which seems to be how you navigate in here.
And we need to get Tarquin before we go forwards.
Tarquin, you're still there, aren't you? You haven't wandered off.
No, I was just following them along, basically.
Okay, Nox, you believe that if you wander, you're going to end up where you want to go? That would be the case. However, Bavlorna's influence has clearly corrupted this place. And I'm going to ask you to roll me, because you're inviting it, practically. You're inviting the Feywild to take you deeper in. And I'm going to ask you to roll I think it's a D8. Yeah, everything's like a D8 table. I love it. That's why I call them D-Fates. 1. What could this possibly mean? Well, let's find out. I have to drag you to a new map soon. Let's just go back to the other overworld map. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. All right. All right, so you hear a gurgling sound as you kind of go off on a little bit of a wander. And definitely the water level here is... Well, I'm gonna roll first of all to see if it's rising or falling. It is lowering, okay? So you're actually finding it... The water seems to be draining quite quickly. It's still sticky mud. It's still difficult terrain almost everywhere. But the pits of mud seem to be just lowering inch by inch as you're walking out. And let's see. The others are trying to catch up to you, so I won't say you've wandered off too far, but yeah, 1. So yeah, okay. You are actually really fortunate that 1 is a good roll, not bad. You wander not too far before you find some sort of structure sticking out of the mud. It looks very square, unlike the rest of the foliage around you that looks wild and very natural. This just looks like a big triangle sticking out of the mud. Do you go to it? Okay, yeah. You find this is a wooden raft. It's about 8 feet across. And it's still stuck in the mud, right? But you could work together to dig it out. Yeah. Do you want to try that? You can give me probably like a survival check to sort of dig around the area and try to leverage it. Okay, yeah, it's gonna take a while, you reckon? 10 minutes or so, you could start to like get out. Unfortunately, because I rolled just a moment ago, I rolled to see if the water level is rising or falling, and it's falling. So you actually lucked out hugely here. With the water level going down inch by inch, by the time your friends follow those trail of petals to you, you've already got the raft halfway out, and it's it's already kind of tilting down as well, and it just needs the last push as the rest of your friends arrive.
Knox, what did you find? I'm not hearing Knox.
No, they're
Transport.
typing into the chat. Have you got the chat open?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, they're typing in there.
Transport. This is good.
Yeah, all of you witness a
Should we-
raft
Yeah.
being
Yeah.
dug out.
Have we perhaps some paddles or oars?
Are we sure?
Sail?
Are we sure it's seaworthy? River-worthy,
Well, we'll need to test
swamp-worthy?
all that, but I don't think we need paddles or oars. We just need a couple of super long sticks.
I have no idea
Yep.
where you might find anything like that.
There's tons of
Yeah.
vegetation all around us. I'm sure we can find a couple of very long, stiff sticks and just pole our way along the rivers.
You're suddenly
Rodolfo
recalling.
will turn Tanwen to face Xaxx on his huge stilts. I believe we have just a Zeusson. We have a
Oh.
Wasman.
We do. I had not even thought of that. But you're right, we could use the stilts as poles to pole the raft along the river.
Yeah, we could. All right,
just
all right.
need to be
Okay.
careful.
I'll take off the stilts, but we have to promise
Not
we
to
do
lose
not
them.
lose the stilts because I still want to use them.
Yeah, I still think as much as I want to use the stilts, I still think we should find an extra a tall, long stick, and possibly if we can find like a sheaf of bark or something to use as a paddle.
I do not see many large trees. Mostly, small wet plants, but no grand oaks or things that we could use.
Oh no,
This
in
might
this
have to
type
do.
of swamp, we'd probably be finding cypress, and we know there was mangrove back by the causeway.
Oh,
Mm.
well, I have an axe, a small axe. Perhaps not great for
Okay.
felling a whole tree, but some branches.
No, I think that's perfect. That's brilliant, Rodolfo.
Well, okay, then shall we? I mean, do you just want to use the stint now, or shall we find a cypress to use?
Let us go ahead and while Knox is getting the wooden raft out, Tarquin and Xaxx, can you help Knox, and we'll look for oars, something we can use as oars and something we can use as poles.
Sure.
Okay. Sure.
But rather than necessarily helping, Tarquin is just looking all over the raft just to make sure that it will definitely not sink immediately.
Yeah, you can look over it. It's held and bound together with sturdy rope, and then just as you double take, you look at the rope, and you realize some of it is very silky in nature. Like it's got this extra outer coating of spider silk.
I think this
maybe
might
we
be
don't take-
Elmer's boat. Because he said
Yeah.
he tried to make one. And in which case, us taking it would technically be breaking the rule of ownership.
Well, he said he
But
lost it.
He
Is it
did say he
abandoned?
lost it, so I suppose
we
if we
found
have the intent to return it to him later.
We are going to return. We found his boat, and we're going to return it to him. We just need to go in the direction that he may or may not have gone to since the last time we saw him.
And we can potentially trade it for the airship once we're done. Hopefully, I'll have fixed it by then.
Exactly.
A raft for an air balloon. Yeah, sounds like a good trade.
I mean, plus we
Anyway,
returned his lost property, so he also owes us a favour.
That's true.
But yeah, okay. So this seems
You make a good point.
Seems pretty stable. What do you think, Talavar? Think it looks
Certainly, and you've also found your nose. Follow your nose. Definitely works.
We don't want to talk about that kind of stuff right now because
he just sort of pats his own nose. I didn't think I'd lost it.
no, facial feature losing is a bit of a sensitive subject amongst us.
Oh, goodness, I had no idea. My sincerest apologies.
That's okay. You didn't know.
So on the map, yeah, we can see this river. This was where I'm going to ping it down here. This is the river you saw. The weird visions. They were going downriver this way. This river here, where you was down before. This one. This is where you're sort of smelling a sort of a cleaner air, and you start to notice this water does seem to be just one color grade cleaner, we'll say. And as you go along, pushing upriver, you do start to see a little bit of greener vegetation. And if you want, you can push along with either your quarterstaff or stilts, or even just tying them together. But
Yeah,
basically,
I was going to say lose the stilts.
Yeah, use the stilts. So this is you're following the river up this way. So we're gonna.
Oh, I'm sorry, I had to step away for half a second. Did we find long sticks to use as poles and something to use as oars, just in case?
We're gonna use the stilts.
Okay.
Yeah, one on each side, working together, pushing down, and they're not as long as you'd want them to be. But if you're sort of sat on the raft with the very end of the stilt, if you're holding just the very end, it does reach the bottom of the river that you can now push along with. So
Okay.
it does seem to work.
And Nox is gonna be thorn whipping us to give us a little bit of extra speed as well.
Okay.
Yeah, you can pull along, grabbing a hold of those roots of the mangroves that are growing out, just yanking you. Everyone has to hold on tight a little bit as you get yanked a few feet. It does pick up some speed, and yeah, you're not having any trouble pushing against the river or anything like that.
Yeah.
So you're kind of
Tarquin is
lazily
staying firmly in the
going along.
center of the raft, as far away from the water as possible.
All right. Oh yeah, you don't want to get your fur wet.
Yes, that's exactly it.
Tanwen's going to be watching either side of the river to make sure those bandits don't show up again or something else dangerous.
Gotcha.
This is not a safe land, but I would like to be actively watching the banks of the river.
Understood. Could you, in that case, give me a... In fact, actually, this can be a group check. It will give me a group survival check.
Okay.
As you're looking out for dangers, navigating the river, using the stilts in tandem.
Terrible. Wow.
So yeah, we're going to be taking an average for this overall. So
Survival.
3, although bad, a 21 really shores up for it, and a 22 because of the guidance, right? Yeah, cool. 15, very good. And nice, +5 to yours. That overall is not too shabby. I say 14, 15. I'll get my calculator up. Here we go. 21, 15, plus 14. Sorry, 21. Divided by how many of you? 5. So that gives you an average of like 10 points. I'll call it, we'll round it up, 11. So with that then, Tanwen, up ahead, along the river, we'll say we need a marker, don't we? Need a little raft marker. For now, we'll just use Nox, as they're the one who found the raft. And up ahead, you start to see there is quite a large amount of bubbling up ahead, more so than you have witnessed elsewhere. And you've been watching the water level as well, and it has been going down during this time. So for it to start bubbling, well, that would usually indicate it's rising. So that's what you spot up ahead.
Okay, everyone, I'm seeing bubbling up ahead, which may indicate that this is rising again, that water is coming back up into the river. But it also may represent another danger. We may want to ground the raft and take a look at this just to be on the safe side, or, take the raft to the very edges of one side or the other of the river. What do y'all think?
Yeah, I think so. I can move up and scout a little bit with my stilts.
You do not be careful resting your stilts on the bottom of the water. If the water rises, you will be drowned.
I'll stay
Just
on
remember-
the swampy part, and I can go up ahead.
If you think that it won't come that far, okay. Just it is at least in the boat we rise when the water rises, but I do not understand this rising and falling like a bathtub.
Okay, so you've grounded the raft. If you're scouting up ahead, Xaxx,
Yes.
you're the only one that is in vicinity when this happens. The bubbles suddenly become so voluminous that they don't just pop at the surface, they seem to rise up out of the river and begin floating into the air. And these are huge. Some of them are 5 foot in diameter. Some of them are like massive, like 10 feet, 20 feet in diameter. And these bubbles are just rising up out into the air. Yeah, almost like the bubble top teapot. And they're massive. They probably could contain a number of creatures, but instead of creatures, you can see a swirling gas within them, kind of a greenish yellow color. Doesn't look healthy, whatever it is. And as it's floating towards you, you've got sharp horns, haven't you?
Yeah, on the back, yeah, little ones. They're not huge, but yeah.
No, sure. I'm gonna ask you to make me a Constitution saving throw. Everyone else has avoided this by getting onto land, but you're scouting and you're taking the full forum. One of these bubbles gets close, pops on your horn as you're trying to turn around on the stilts. Give me that con save. 12? It actually is just a success, so you're not affected by this, but you do turn in time and start stilt walking your way. Because you've got the stilts, you're able to run and not just get stuck in the mud like someone else would as these bubbles pop. So you escape the vicinity as this gas explodes from the bubble. And I'm gonna roll for some frogs who are nearby. Here. Oh wait, sorry, it's not a D6, D8. Everything's a D8. Okay, frog. Oh, poor frogs. Oh god. Oh no. Okay, what you witness, Xaxx, as you're legging it out of there, is one of these frogs nearby lets out a horrible, like a croak, and on its body you see these hideous warts suddenly growing and erupting on this frog's body.
Things are growing on him?
Yeah, like warts, and they erupt over the frog, and it quickly jumps into the water, maybe out of desperation, or maybe out of embarrassment, because they do look like hideous warts.
Okay. I can't do much to help them right now. I'm just gonna head back to the group and warn them.
Mm-hmm.
So there's like the bubbles, they float up over the water, and then if they hit you, it's bad.
Can we force them away somehow or avoid them? And are they going in one direction? We can go in the opposite direction.
Well, what we can do, because they popped, the one popped on my horns, and I almost got hit with something. But we have slings, and we can like hit them with the slings, and pop them before we get to them, and then we just sort of pass by popping them. Like we pop them before we're in the range that's dangerous, right?
Yes, I see your points. This is excellent. Very well.
And then, yeah. And Nox can thorn whip them and pop them with the thorns.
We all have slingshots.
How close do we have to be to the bubbles for the effect you saw to take place?
Well, I was right underneath it, so that's not a good place to be. But I would say, I would say you'd want to be at least, 10, 15 feet away.
Right. Yeah, one of those frogs was about 10 feet away from the bubble when it popped.
Where was this coming from?
About 10 feet. Okay.
From the river itself, like gurgling up from the river.
This whole place is disgusting.
So we'll just pop them before they really have a chance, and then we pass over, and then we keep going quickly. That might work. Okay. Or maybe we can get the boat out of the water, or walk around that section, so we don't actually boat over the bubble place.
Can do. It's quite a stretch of river that these bubbles seem to be popping up from. It's up to you guys. Do you want to try and pop them as you're getting close, or do you want to?
I think the popping thing sounds fun, actually. A little mini game.
Yeah, it is almost. Okay, awesome. In that case, then, guys, are you boarding the raft again and getting your slings ready?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We all have slings. I don't know if I have a sling.
I think we had
Rodolfo
3 slings.
Several, yeah.
Yeah, if you don't have one on your sheet, there is definitely one spare. So you can drag one of those slings on. Just do control space and then type sling. Just drag it onto your sheet.
Oh, space.
And then drag it onto your inventory specifically. All right. Okay, so everyone gets their slings or whatever weaponry you're proficient with. Pulls back the little pebbles and rocks that they have as ammunition. And yeah, you can all give me attack rolls as you see a big cluster of these bubbles floating in your vicinity.
To target?
No, you shouldn't need to target something. If you roll into the chat, you should see a little attack button, and you can press that button to do the attack. If it didn't just do it already, that is.
Ooh, 22.
Okay. I'm going to roll to see how many bubbles there are as well, and see how many you've got to pop. So
I got all of them.
Did you know? Okay, there are 6 bubbles that you got to pop here. And the AC, it don't look high. So, oh wait, yeah, there it is. All right, so with scroll back down. Yeah, Rodolfo, you definitely strike not just one, but your pellet goes straight through another and pops 2.
Oh my god, I crit.
Tanwen, no. Oh dear. You pull back the pebble, and you've put the pebble in too securely in the sling, and as it fires forward, it doesn't, like the little sling seems to spin around, and it ends up pulling forwards and then flying back and into your face.
I should have practiced with the sling before I tried to use it.
And
Ow.
You take 1 point of bludgeoning damage. But you don't.
Yeah.
Thankfully, it doesn't hurt as much. You realize, because there seems to be some sort of moon symbol in your head that lights up as you get hit by it.
I'm surprised you are not better at this, being such an excellent archer.
I am. I should have practiced with a weapon. My parents always said you never use a weapon unless you've worked with it.
Rodolfo, maybe you can give Tanwen some pointers and some training, since she's needs some help.
No, I
Yes,
know how to use these. I just should have practiced with this first.
he's
So,
gonna ignore everything that she's saying and mansplain to the archer about how to use like wind direction and how to like how to use your sights to like focus your target, and just he's talking nonsense basically, but he's so proud of himself.
that's hysterical.
The
What you want
sling
to
that you
do is
find-
release when you hold your breath, and then you go, and then you see.
Amazing.
I don't know anything about archery, but yeah.
You could try the pixie slingshot as well, Tanwen. That might be a better use for you.
Yeah.
I've just seen it on your sheet. You could totally use that.
Use what?
That'd still do enough damage to pop it. The pixie slingshot you've got.
No, I'm gonna try the sling again. I'm gonna reach down and get the bolt that hit me in the forehead and fell to the bottom of the raft. I'm gonna pick it up and try it again.
Okay, well let's determine this round first. Most of you did. Oh god, 20. Okay. So most of you hit your targets. Although, oh no, Tarquin! I just realized you also rolled on that one. Jesus.
Yeah, but Tarquin was throwing a dart, but I'm imagining for him because of like how seemingly I don't want to go near the edge of the thing. I don't want to stand up on here. I am quite happy where I am. He's probably really half-heartedly going, meh, and it just sort of flops down in front of him.
Yeah, you impale a frog with that dart.
Oops.
It croaks in pain.
We were
That was
trying to
the one
hit
with
the
the ward.
we were trying to hit the frogs, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't. I think that was the one with wards. You probably put it out of its misery.
Yes. That was my intent.
Sound empathetic. Now, I do believe there is still. Oh,
He's very convincing.
very convincing. I'm gonna roll his insight. Yes, very empathetic. Dude, he doesn't seem to see through it. And who am I to question you, Your Majesty?
Indeed.
So you see, most of the bubbles do get popped. 1, 2, 3, and but you've missed the other 3. I'll say as they're getting closer towards you, one of them does at least make it through. Because that was a poor roll, 2 nat ones. Ooh. One of these bubbles does get close enough, and it probably pops on the dart as well that you half-assed kind of like through. Which isn't good. So I'm going to ask everyone to roll a Constitution save as this bubble right next to you, kind of an orangey gas in this one. It seems different. Actually pops right on top of you.
Dice. I saw that 17 that then tilted.
Uh-oh. I'm going to roll to see what kind of gas this is.
Oof. Why am I rolling like garbage?
You said a Constitution save, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Okay. So
1, 4,
you're unlucky
4,
in that
3. Yikes. Yeah.
you're unlucky that almost all of you but Xaxx failed, but you're also lucky in that this orange gas doesn't seem to be the same warped one that made those horrible, hideous things erupt over the frog. Instead, as you've let this gas wash over you, you're all waiting for something horrible to happen, your hair to fall out or your skin to erupt, and then nothing seems to happen.
Did anyone feel anything?
Nope.
As you hear
No.
Rodolfo say that, all you hear is blah, 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 blah.
Oh dear.
I can't tell what you're saying, but it's good that you guys didn't get covered in the bubbles and boils that the frog people did the other time. So I think we're doing all right.
I'm gonna reach into my pocket, my pouch, pull out one of my last 5 good berries and eat it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's tasty.
And then I'm going to try to talk to Rodolfo again. Rodolfo, can you understand me?
Can I? Oh, I guess not.
All right.
Oh,
So
you
I'm
got hit
gonna,
with it too.
I'm gonna hand the.
Seems
4,
I'm
3.
captain of the ship now.
Yeah, I'm gonna hand
Everybody,
Rodolfo.
look at me. I'm the captain now. Okay, let's go.
Hand Rodolfo another good berry and feed Rodolfo a good berry. And did you say Nox is affected?
Everyone. Actually, let me look back. Nox got did they get a 4? Oh, yeah, they're just a 3. Yeah, they are also definitely battling out of
I thought
control.
the good berries didn't do anything for you. Or did they?
Yeah.
They don't. No.
No, they
help.
don't.
They don't cure this. No.
I'm the only one that can talk.
It does appear to be.
We can gesture though. We will gesture.
You can, yeah. It just seems like your
energetically
words
at
have been completely. They've been completely turned to gibberish.
Have we passed the bubble section?
That section, yes. I'm going to say up ahead. There's another swamp that's bubbling up this gas again. But you can all go give me another round of attacks, and hopefully this time you'll do a little bit better. These ones seem to be a kind of a pale yellow color. So,
Fox, do you want to cast guidance on anybody or something like that? Does that work? I don't know.
well, has guidance got a verbal component? Yes, it does. As they go to cast guidance, you just hear this bibble bobble bat, and it doesn't seem to work. And likewise goes for, is it Thornwhip as well? Oh, tragic. As you try to cast Thornwhip, you just see a stream of bubbles exit from their hand. Instead of a Thornwhip, it just made more bubbles. These ones seem to be harmless, though. In fact, they pop with a weird spring fragrance.
Oh. Well, that's not so bad. Oh, that's good. I'm going to pop one with my horn on purpose.
Oh, God. Okay. Pop, pop. That's good. So far, so good. Xaxx, you managed to... Wait, when you say you pop one with your horn, do you mean like 10 feet close enough to actually...
Yeah, these ones smell like spring.
Oh, right, there's the Nox bubbles. Apologies, I thought you meant the weird pale yellow one. But yeah, you pop the nice fragrant Nox ones, and it showers you in a faint perfume. But definitely no Thorn Whip, so Nox, you're going to have to revert to using something else. The sling it is. Go ahead, give me that attack roll. Nice, good hit. Okay, and I think we just need... Oh no, you've all hit. Tarquin, that's the one. Hey, you all hit. Okay, cool. The pale yellow bubble erupts up, and it is like 20 feet in diameter. This one would shower you in this gas, but you all focus fire on it. Some of the pebbles bounce off, but they leave enough of a kind of a ripple. When that final dart hits it and impacts that same reverberating, wobbling shield, it finally penetrates it, and the gas explodes outwards and gets quickly swept away by a nearby breeze. And as you're all holding your breath, waiting, it does seem as though you've gone through unaffected, and you've made it past that swampy bubble.
Okay, see what happens when I take control. Everybody's okay.
All right. Let's
Can you talk yet? Anybody? Tarquin, Tanwen? No. Okay.
Nope.
We forge on. So. If anybody sees more bubble things ahead, just gurgle out loud.
All right. Up ahead, you start to see what looks to be bridges. They're the end of bridges, at the very least. You could call them like jetties or piers. That's the one. And they're just wooden, simple, muddy piers. that just seem to extend off into the fog. The river continues around and doesn't seem to be intersecting with them yet, but you make a note. There's at least 2, maybe 3, as you're passing by them now.
Whoever has a map, can you just make a mark here on the
We got a map from what's his name, right? Elmer.
Elmer?
has
Yeah,
that?
whoever has the map, just make sure you mark down that there's that stuff here, and
You know what? Tell you what I'll do, because Elmer did give you a map of the wells. I'm going to do this. There you go. I'm going to basically reveal the vision on all the wells in Hither, just because
Oh, cool. All right.
that's what you've got an image of. So yeah, you realize you actually nearly passed one on the Slanty Tower. Had you kept walking, you may have encountered it. But you've got the raft, and it's way faster travel, going on river than trudging through the mud. I think that's all of them. Yeah, that's all of them there. Cool. So yeah, as you can see, they're quite dotted, like they're quite sporadic over the map. But yeah, you can easily mark these bridges as you go by. All right. Now, it's been, I don't know, time. I don't know if you're going to bother measuring it because time seems to have flown by in those moments where you were popping the bubbles. And as you look up to the horizon once again, doesn't seem like the sun is getting any lower. Just stays a constant peaking between the mountains. Okay.
keep my eyes ahead, but glancing up at the sunset and the moon every once in a while.
Can we tell if the sun is moving position, like east to west, or rather than up and down, side to side? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you look at it and you could guess that if it had, it would be on a different peak of a different mountain, but it doesn't appear to have. No.
Okay.
It really does look like a painting. It's like one of those animated paintings. It's just constantly there. I'll tell you what though, everyone can give me a perception check though, as they're going through this swampy bend. Seems to have all these weird bridges, and you're looking out to them. Yeah, you can be actively looking. Yep. Tanwen, you're looking directly at the piers, Tanwen, and you don't spot any movement or anything like that. And I'm afraid, yes, for the time being, you are still talking gibberish. I'll tell you when that runs out. Okay.
I'm going to use one of my luck points and re-roll that. Hang on, let me.
Sure.
Cheers. Luck.
Okay, so you can just re-roll perception. I think you rolled persuasion before, but
Oh, I am so sorry. I thought I
that's fine.
rolled
I
perception.
don't think a natural one would have helped much more. Hey, wow, that turned that around from nat 1 to nat 19. Well, I'll tell you something you do spot then on those bridges. Then you spot there is something, not on the bridge itself, but perhaps nestled within the mangroves. You spot there is a pair of eyes watching you, and it's not making a move or anything. It seems to be just up in the branches of a mangrove. It's quite well camouflaged, and especially because it's distant, it's in the fog. But you notice they have a arrow and a bow. They're not drawing it at you, but they do seem to have it trained on you. That makes sense. They've got the bow and arrow aimed, but they haven't drawn it back. And the humanoid figure seems to have, with a 23, you definitely spot a pair of lupine ears. No, not, is it lupine? Not lupine. That's wolf.
Lupine is
Um,
wolf.
Feline?
Vulpine is fox.
Thank you. Vulpine looking ears. Yes, you're right. Vulpine.
Okay. Since I can only babble, I am going to scooch over to wherever Xaxx is, whack him in the arm, and point.
What am I looking at? Okay, over there. You see something over there?
Nodding yes. And
I'll look and I'll look where she's pointing.
Yeah, you can give me a perception. Oh, you've already rolled a 13, didn't you?
I rolled a 13,
Was
yeah,
that
from the original one.
Okay. It's just as you're pointing it out is when that raft goes around the bend and they do go out of sight.
okay.
But you didn't see them make any move the whole time they were watching you.
Okay.
I didn't
Nox,
see anything, Tanwen, sorry.
I guess I can try to mime putting my hands up like a pair of ears on top of my head, and then point to my with the bow and arrow gesture like I'm pointing with a bow and arrow, and then point to my eyes and back up.
There's a ears, bow, eyes, ear, bow, eyes. Verb. Oh no! You want to hunt something? You saw something that we can hunt.
Shaking my head. No. I'm going to
saw
point to
something.
my eyes.
You saw something.
All right, and then I'm going to point to us, to the group. Eyes, us, and pointing to the group.
You saw us. Yeah, we're right here. Okay.
No, I'm shaking my head. No, I'm pointing to the tree, pointing to eyes, and pointing to us.
The
She
tree
is very
has
patiently
eyes.
not slapping him. Anyway,
The trees have eyes, and they're watching us.
I'm going to shake my head no, and then when he says watching us, I'm going to nod vigorously.
The trees are watching us, but they don't have eyes.
Oh my god. Alright, I'm going to get down on my knees and my hands. I'm going to assume a position like a dog, then kneel up, and
Not
then
the time for yoga right now, I don't think.
Ears, my hands up like ears, and point to the tree.
There's an animal by the tree.
Nodding vigorously, yes. And then I'm going
Okay.
to point to my eyes, and then to all of us.
And the animal. Okay, hold on. I gotta roll something.
I just realized that was a con save for the gas for Sir Talivar.
Oh.
Yeah, I got no idea. So the animal is inside the tree, and we can see it. Or you can see it, right? Yeah. Okay.
No, I'm going to shake my head no. I'm going to punch him in the arm, and I'm going to go sit down.
All right.
As you punch him in the arm, you'd see the raft visibly rock suddenly, as if a wave just built up. There certainly hasn't been any waves up to now. It's been a very lazy, swampy river. But that wave just hit the raft out of nowhere when you punch him in the arm.
Oh dear, maybe I shouldn't have hit him.
You don't want to rock the boat, so to speak.
Why don't we all sit down? You know, we're rocking the boat.
We're rocking the boat. As soon as the boat starts to rock, Rodolfo starts getting really twitchy. Just does not looking around, looking for creatures on the side of the boat, like peering over the side and hanging on tight. Just a little paranoid.
Your 3 definitely reflects that paranoia. You can't keep your eyes still. You're looking around at all things, but at the same time, not catching anything.
Yeah.
I want to go back to your 19, Nox, because you did actually hear something rather than see something. Within the fog, out to the other side of the river, you can just hear this faint thump, 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 thump. It just keeps on going. Like, it sounds like this army of feet stomping in the mud. You kind of train your ear to hear closer, and at this point, I will say that you also hear it with the 20. Sorry, not the 20, 23. It does kind of distract you from that previous little dispute. But there is just something out there in the fog, just thump, 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 thump. It seems rhythmic, whatever it is, and it seems like it's moving at the same pace as the raft. Maybe not in the same direction, but it's definitely moving at about the same pace. Closer, further. It it feels like it felt like it was getting closer for a moment, like the thump, 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 and then it kind of started to get further. And maybe you're guessing it's just sort of wandering? Yeah, parallel, and then went away. Yeah.
I'm gonna try one more time. I'm gonna turn around slowly so I don't rock the raft.
Okay.
I'm going to tap Xaxx on the shoulder, so in case my whacking him causes.
Tanwen, oh, you saw something else in the trees.
I'm gonna shake my head no. I'm gonna put my hands around my ears and turn my head like I'm listening.
You're listening.
All right, and then I'm going to drum.
You heard music.
I'm gonna shrug. I don't know. I just heard.
You heard drumming.
Again, shrugging, and I'm gonna stomp my feet up and down.
Marching.
Again, shrug. It could be drumming. It could be marching.
I think I have no idea. Very faint. I might have heard it as well. Could have been like an ogre.
You can talk. You can talk.
Oh, I'm fine. Yes, I'm fine. I didn't get it. I didn't breathe any of it.
The rest of these fools, I think, they can't do anything right now. So watch out for the trees, though, Jalavar.
Oh, well, certainly. I keep my eye on those. You can't trust a tree. They gossip too much.
I hear that.
That was my new favorite. Yes.
Whatever that thumping was, it doesn't seem to be getting any closer. It seems to have wandered off.
Oh, it came closer to us and then left? Like it passed by us in parallel?
Yes.
Ah, yeah. Why didn't you just say that?
Right, I know. It's
At this point, Tanwen has her head in her hands and is massaging her temples.
Oh well. Whatever it was. No, it's of no consequence now.
Nox knows what I'm talking about.
And at this point, I'm going to say that the water level rises quite sharply within the next 5 minutes or so. And that thumping has stopped completely as the water level has rose. So even if it's distant, and some of you have got really good hearing, but as soon as the water levels kind of rose, that thumping completely stopped. Just nothing more. And as up ahead, you can see there does seem to be one of these piers, one of these bridges, has finally intersected your river, and it's coming up. And I just also looked at the time, which is also coming up. But whatever that thumping was, it has disappeared just like the fog. Now, there's nothing on the bridge, so to speak, at least not to the naked eye. But the water level, with it rising, you won't be able to stay on the raft. You'll get knocked off. So you could either abandon the raft and then hop on the other side, or you could try and lift it up and lift it over the bridge. That's up to you. But as you can see, that's just it's a minor obstacle, really, for you guys. But I think looking at the time is a good time to wrap up soon.
Okay.
Go on though, if you want to do something just before we.
I was just gonna ask, will the boat pass under the bridge on its own, but we are too big and we'll have to go over, or will we have to like?
Or
Like if we get under the boat and run over the bridge and get back in, will the boat just sort of pass by underneath on its own?
That's what you're hoping, yeah. It hasn't gone over the bridge itself, but it has risen to a level that you wouldn't be able to go under standing or kneeling.
How much time has passed? I mean, we fought the brigands. We investigated the bent tower. We've been floating down the river for some time. I mean, is this I don't know how in the world Tanwen would mime this. Is this a good time to stop? The pier would be a defensible place from land, at least. I don't know about what's on the river, and if we could tie the raft to the pier, it would keep it from floating off.
I check my watch.
Oh, okay. I can't say this to you. That's the problem.
All right.
Because I'm still babbling.
Right. As you're asking what time it is, you just hear bibble, bobble, bot, and they're like, right, maybe gesturing to their wrist. Who knows? That would give it away. And you look at your own stopwatch to determine that. There has been, let's see. So you spent probably from when you woke up, an hour or two getting to the tower, and then you spend.
And that's with the brigand attack.
Yeah, the battle only lasted technically seconds, but the most of the time was spent traveling from the causeway to the tower. So that was about 2 hours, and then we'll say that you've been in and around the tower talking for just as long as you have out of game, right? Which was a long time, another 3 hours. And then, funnily enough, after that, you've been speeding along. It's like as soon as you found the raft and you found this mode of transportation, it feels like time has. Well, for you, it feels like you've covered a great distance, but in that distance, time has maybe slowed down for you. And only an hour passed when you got to the bubbles, and then it's only been about 50 minutes since you popped the bubble. So all in all, that's 2, 5, 6, nearly 7 hours have passed.
So it's mid-afternoon.
Or would be if it wasn't a continual twilight. But I think there's a good place to wrap up. It is quite late, and that's. We'll cross this bridge when we come to it.
Hey, got it in.
Alrighty. But yeah, you did a really good job, guys. Shame we didn't get the decanter of endless water, but I mean, why would he give that up? He needs that. So you did really well in diffusing the situation, getting answers, prying these NPC questions. It's tricky because there's so much going on. As you're starting to realize, this is indeed a tangled web, as Elmer has put. But you're going in the right direction, and if you do find the Watcher's Pool, maybe if you can befriend it like the boy did in the story, you can really and truly get some answers ordained from this mystical creature. And you know what I'm going to put on the map for you is the end goal here, just so you have it in sight. There he is. There's a little Watcher. There's the pool up here. You definitely feel with every mile that you've traveled, the water is getting cleaner, the air is getting fresher, and the foliage is getting greener. So, on that note, we'll end tonight's session. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for playing. We'll catch you next week. Tune in on the Fridays for Roll for Story with the Sevenfold Maze, and also on Mondays, every other Mondays for what lies beneath. Thank you very much. See you.
Bye.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Bye.
Like,